Afternoon's live broadcast of parliamentary proceedings, which are about to begin. That's about 14:30. And to be with you on continuity, my name is Julius Musumali.
Good afternoon, and my name is Pauline Monga. We are joined by our sign language interpreters, Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda. And just now we have a look at a business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday before we give you what is on the order paper for today.
Right, the House began by considering one question for oral answer, understanding order number 95, and this is a question of an agent. I beg your pardon. The question number was question number 95, and it was considered understanding order number 76, which is a category of questions of an agent nature.
And the day after, the Minister of Labour and Social Security presented the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2022. It was read a second time and committed to the committee of the whole House.
All right. So
and
after
committee
the
stage will be taken later this afternoon.
Right, so after consideration of this particular bill, there's a second bill that was also considered on the floor of the House, and this is the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, which was considered at report stage, and the report was adopted as amended, having passed through the committee stage earlier on with amendments.
And thereafter, the House resolved into Committee of Supply, and quite a number of heads were considered. That was head 34, which was Human Rights Commission, and the total amount allocated to this head is 32,754,027 kwacha.
The House moved on to consider head 26, which was not concluded, and this is the Minister of Information and Media. And at the time that business was interrupted, a stage member of Parliament, Mr. Twambo Mutinta, was making his contribution to this particular head 26, Minister of Information and Media. And being the time at, like I said, 1840, business was interrupted, and accordingly the House adjourned at 1843. So that is a business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. On the other side, we'll be looking at today's business as indicated on the order paper. Please stay tuned. We'll be back just in a while. And so thank you so very much for staying tuned. A general outlook of the order paper, one private member's motion being a Wednesday, and then we have two bills to be considered at different stages, and then we also have the House resolving into Committee of Supply to continue consideration of estimates of revenue and expenditure. And now we look at the details of the order paper.
Yes, we have a private member's motion to be moved by Chinsali Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalalwe Mukosa, and in which he urges that that in order to enhance corporate governance, this House urges government to register all board members in government institutions and parastatal bodies with the Zambia Institute of Directors. And this motion is expected to be seconded by Lunte Member of Parliament, Mr. Mutotwe Kafwaya.
Right, and so for avoidance of doubt, the title of the motion is Register Board Members with the Institute of Directors of Zambia. And after consideration of this particular private member's motion, the House will consider the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2022 at committee stage.
And thereafter, the House is going to consider the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022 to come actually for third reading.
After the consideration of the second bill and third reading stage, we expect the House to resolve into Committee of Supply to continue consideration of estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. Yesterday, business was interrupted when Head 26, Minister of Information and Media, was under consideration, and the Tesh Member of Parliament, Mr. Twambo Mutinta, was on the floor, and so we expect him to be given opportunity to continue with his deliberation. And we may also have other members of Parliament to debate before the minister was called upon to wind up debate. And after that, other heads coming up for consideration include Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development.
We also have Head 87, Anti-Corruption Commission, and also Head 78, the Zambia Security Intelligence Services Office of the President. And well, just now we cross over to the floor of the House for live debates of the House. Good afternoon.
Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make. I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following honorable members of the Interim Committee of the Parliamentary Women's Caucus and staff from the Parliament of Namibia. Honorable Emilia Myoma Amukwewa, Chairperson. Honorable Elma Dienda, Member. Ms. Carol Anna Estuize, Legal Officer. Ms. Frank Hyde Ideja, Parliamentary Clerk. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. Thank you. Matters of urgent public importance, the Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity for the people of Lundazi constituency to raise a matter of urgent public importance pursuant to our standing orders number 134.
You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My matter of urgent public importance is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Since I can't see him, I don't know if there's, and I can't see the Vice President. I don't know, maybe one of the ministers or the one who is acting can take it up. Madam Speaker, yesterday we woke up to a rude shock in Lundazi as 13 of the criminals who were in custody ran away. This, Madam Speaker, has brought a lot of apprehension in the district as those criminals who were in lawful custody managed to escape and they have not yet apprehended any of them. Partly, it is due to lack of transport, as the only vehicle that is available at the Lundazi station is not working. Madam Speaker, I need your guidance.
The Honorable Member for Lundazi, the matter that you have raised does not qualify to be raised under Standing Order 134. You can take other remedial measures and engage the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to see how that matter can be attended to. Thank you. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Health to make a ministerial statement. But it's on the order paper. Honorable Member, nothing has happened yet. I'm still waiting to be advised. What's the point of order which you are raising and on whom?
Madam Speaker, the point of order is on the leader of government business in the House. Madam Speaker, there has never been a time that government collapses and fail to obey your orders. Madam Speaker, this government has got a lot of ministers, including the whip of the House. Madam Speaker, your orders are very simple. You've asked the Minister of Health to give a ministerial statement. And she's not here. The Vice President also is not here. The whip is here. And Madam Speaker, I've been waiting here, including all Zambians are waiting out there to hear this ministerial statement. Madam Speaker, is the government in order to disobey your orders and keep all Zambians in suspense without giving the House and the nation to know as to what is going on in the country? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The request to make a ministerial statement came from the Honorable Minister herself. Now that she is not here, and no reason has been given for the absence, or the Honorable Minister of Education is the acting minister. May the Honorable Minister, acting minister, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank you for this opportunity to update the House and the nation at large on the recruitment of 11,276 health workers. Madam Speaker, government under the able leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, is committed to fulfilling its agenda as pronounced when the New Dawn government came into power. Madam Speaker, in updating the House on the recruitment of 11,276, I would like to begin by providing an update on the processes undertaken since the last ministerial statement I issued in this August House, and the update is as follows. 1. Advertisement of positions. The 11,276 positions were advertised in the print media on 25th March 2022, which initially closed on 1st April 2022. However, due to the overwhelming response from the potential job seekers, the Civil Service Commission extended the advertisement period by 3 days from 6th April 2022 to 8th April 2022. 2. Induction of Human Resource Management Committee. Following the closure of the advertisement, all the 10 provincial human resource management committees were inducted by the Civil Service Commission on the guidelines and procedures in the recruitment process. The committees in turn inducted all the 116 district human resource management subcommittees. 3. Data capturing, shortlisting, and recommendation. Under 2 above, all the 116 district human resource management subcommittees performed the following functions. A. Data capturing of all applicants. B. Screening and shortlisting of eligible candidates. And C. Recommending the selected candidates to the provincial human resource management committees. I wish to state that all the human resources management committees and subcommittees had representation from the Anti-Corruption Commission, Office of the President, Special Division, and district administrators who were observers in the process to ensure that it was transparent, equitable, and corrupt-free. 4. Roles of the provincial committees. The human resource management committees at provincial level additionally performed the following functions. A. Receipt of recommendations from the district human resource management subcommittees. B. Validation of the recommendations. C. Verification of grade 12 school certificates. One of the cardinal processes in this recruitment was the verification of grade 12 school certificates. The Civil Service Commission and the Ministry of Health facilitated the training of representatives from respective provincial human resource management committees on how to conduct the verification exercise. I wish to report to the House that the validation process by the 10 provincial human resource management committees was successfully undertaken. 5. National Technical Committee. The National Technical Committee, comprising the Civil Service Commission, Public Service Management Division, and Ministry of Health, undertook the process of verifying the provincial consolidated list of selected candidates. After the verification exercise, the Civil Service Commission published the names of successive candidates on 29th July 2022 and 1st August 2022. The names were published in the Zambia Daily Mail, Times of Zambia, and News Diggers. 6. Issuance of appointment letters. In order to uphold the aspirations of the New Dawn government with respect to the decentralization agenda, the Civil Service Commission delegated the function of appointments specifically for the recruitment of the 11,276 health workers. This entails that the process of recruitment now ended at provincial level as opposed to national level. I wish to report to this august House that the provincial administrations in all the 10 provinces have since issued appointment letters to successful candidates who subsequently started reporting to their respective stations on 1st September 2022. As at 31st October 2022, a total of 11,090 successful candidates had reported to their respective duty stations and have since been placed on payroll. Madam Speaker, government decided to take advantage of the current recruitment process to add additional 1,668 positions which fell vacant as a result of staff attrition such as retirements, resignations, and paid leave, secondments, and death, among others. This brings the total number to be recruited to 12,944. Out of this total, 11,608 candidates who have completed all the necessary reporting formalities have been placed on the payroll. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the payroll placement is ongoing and shall continue for the remaining candidates as they report and complete all necessary appointment formalities. Madam Speaker, I wish to reaffirm government's commitment to create employment and at the same time ensure that the patient to health care ratio is favorable for government to deliver quality, cost-effective health care services as close to our people as possible. Further, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, may I take this opportunity to thank members of this House and the general public for their support and patience during the time of recruitment. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement rendered by the Honorable Acting Minister of Health. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity granted to me to interact with the Acting Minister of Health. Honorable Minister of Health, it is indeed good to account to the nation, and I recognize that you are simply acting, plugging into the gap. Oh, I can see the substantive minister, which is great. Minister, you have brought is Zambia, where there are more complaints about the lack of drugs in the hospitals. Do you think that bringing this statement is good prioritization on your part, or you should have brought a statement to do with lacking drugs in hospitals? Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank my colleague whom I'd asked to stand in for me because I had an emergency. So thank you, Minister. And thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. And my response to that is, Madam Speaker, the statement on the availability of drugs will be coming next week. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mongo Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate the New Dawn government through the Minister of Health for having recruited the over 11,000 health workers. My question, however, Madam Speaker, is following the recruitment process. We still receive complaints of some people whose names have appeared in the newspapers, but they have not yet received appointment letters. I therefore want to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance of Health to state what these people whose names have appeared in the newspapers of having been successful but have not yet received appointment letters, of what they should do in order to get the appointment letters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that very important follow-up question. And Madam Speaker, this is the reason why I felt that this statement was necessary. As you recall, there's been a number of complaints concerning those that were whose names appeared as being successful, but not yet having received their letters of employment. I wish to state that out of the 1,667 candidates whose names appeared but had not received, we have, by the end of October, managed to clear almost 95%, and I think less than 50 are yet to be cleared. If not, the exact number, in fact, is 35 positions are still not yet cleared. And the reasons was because some of these applicants, I think in the process, their documentations were not, there was either something that was wrong, either the NRC was not what appeared, and so we had to do a verification. Others, either their documents, their certificates were not validated, or there was just something. Or maybe the age was past the age, although their names had appeared. So some of them had to fall off even after their names had appeared. But the good news is that over 95% have since been cleared. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister Cartas would have just demanded that you also render an apology to the presiding officer who has been, who has left agonizing. Honorable Minister, you have given us a wholesome number of the health workers who have been recruited. Are you able to give us further details in terms of recruitment, disaggregated in disciplines, as to show, to tell us how many doctors, nurses, and other medical staff in that order? Are you able to give us those details so that we can keep a tab on how they are going to be distributed? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. We do have the aggregate, but it was not captured in the statement. So through the chair, we are able to do that maybe next time through the chair. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister of Health how they have managed to recruit such a huge number within a short period of time, which was difficult in the previous government. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Madam Speaker, it has been possible for the New Dawn government, under the able leadership of His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Chilema, not only to be able to recruit over 12,000 health workers, but 30,000 teachers, and many others now from the other sectors, including implementing the free education policy, because of the mere fact that the president himself is committed to running this government in an efficient manner, less or zero tolerance to corruption, including ensuring that all the resources that the Zambian people pay as part of taxes are used not for ourselves as ministers and those in leadership, but to the benefit of the people of Zambia. I thank you.
Thank you. You can stop the clock. Honorable Member for Solwezi East, you have indicated a point of order. What's the point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is just in pursuant to our standing orders number 204. Should I proceed?
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our standing orders number 204, parliamentary decorum and etiquette. Number 1, parliamentary decorum and etiquette refers to an essential standard of behavior that a member must observe in the House in order to maintain dignity and decency of the House. Madam Speaker, this could be coming late, but it is said never, better late than never. Madam Speaker, yesterday, just the time we were going for health break, there was pandemonium here in this House of the people, almost near punch on the Honorable Minister by the Honorable Member for Chieng. She really charged to the Minister, coming in front here like a hungry lion or lioness, almost jumped onto the Minister. And she almost poked her fingers into the eyes of the Minister. And of course, other members, Madam Speaker, even got their phones and started capturing what was happening here. And she got even more angry.
Order, Honorable Member, so that we don't waste so much time. You can take your seat. Since that event occurred yesterday, and it did not happen on the floor of the House today, so in terms of admissibility, being raised as a point of order, that is not allowed. If you have an issue, you can put in a complaint to the Speaker in accordance with our standing orders. So please, honorable members, you are guided as that. You can put in a complaint. May the honorable... There was a question, it was answered, so we go to the next question. The honorable member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the voice of Nalolo to ask a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, you've, in the course of your response, responded that some have fallen off because of incorrect details of NRC, etc. How then, Honorable Minister, did these people find themselves on the final list as being recruited if they had such anomalies during the process before their names could actually be published? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable, for that important question. Madam Speaker, we are dealing with a team of recruitment committee that had to shortlist and employ the over 12,000 health workers. These were the same people that were also dealing with the teachers, the 30,000. So in some cases, there was some issue of human error, but in some cases, there was also some issues of just fraud, where somebody maybe gets a certificate for somebody and submits it as their own. And in that mixture of doing work, some of them get approved, thinking that, you know, the people working through from the beginning to the end will not see that. But remember that this process started at the district level. From the district, it went to the province. From the province, there was a national committee. From the national committee, there was the Ministry of Health and the Public Service Commission. So working together, they were able to sometimes pick some of these errors. But like I said, some of the errors were genuine, some of them were not genuine. So at the end of the day, we have a number 35 of people that have been basically removed. Some of them, the age was beyond the limit. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke to ask a follow-up question to the Minister. The Minister of Health thanks me for the Minister's statement. The question from the good people of Petauke is how many doctors have you recruited so far in this process? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I don't want to mislead this House off the cuff, but I know that it could be in the range between 300 to 400 doctors. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Honorable Minister, I just wanted to find out of all those medical officers who have been employed and that they have been given the appointment letters. Are you able to share with us the numbers of those that are on payroll and those that are still not on payroll? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Like I said, over 95% have since been put on payroll. But the exact number, all I can say is that whilst there were 63,396 members of staff in 2021, there are now 75,114 in 2022. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you so much for your statement. Minister, I just want to find out from you. Minister, I don't know if you're paying attention. Oh, good, thank you. I just want to find out from you, Minister. Thank you for recruiting those nurses and health workers. But there are people out there, the graduates who completed, and they are complaining a lot, and I've heard a number of them complaining, and that we are not being recruited. But I know you cannot recruit almost everyone at the same time. I just want you to, at least anyway, I just want you to give a message of comfort. What message of comfort do you have for those people who are not yet recruited, who completed? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Just to say that they should not give up, because President Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, has already made an undertaking that in the next 3 years, starting from 2022, 2023, and 2024, we shall continue recruiting. For 2022, we are going to recruit 3,000 people. So those who are left out must not give up. We shall continue to recruit. I also know that there are those who need to be promoted because somehow some people have worked maybe for the last 5, 10 years on a low salary grade, and yet their grades are supposed to have been upgraded because either their qualifications have also improved. But going forward, we've already started doing that as well within this year's budget to upgrade some of them. Now, I also know that we'll not be able to upgrade everybody this year. Next year, we'll continue with that exercise until the next year. And we are hoping that come 2025, 70 to 80% we would have done justice to this matter. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mwense.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Minister, the number seems very interesting. But then, as you may be aware, the retention of these medical staff in our rural areas has been a challenge over the years. So what measures is your government going to take into account to ensure that these newly recruited medical staff will continue to serve in the rural areas where, especially those in the rural areas where they have been posted? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a good follow-up question. Very important. Madam Speaker, the issue of retention of government workers, especially in the health sector, has always been a challenge. Many times people get employed and they are posted after 3 months, 1 year, they start applying to come back to Lusaka and towns along the line of rail, leaving the rural areas, unfortunately, almost empty. This is also true for doctors. Even the doctors that we post, after some time, there are all sorts of good excuses of further training. But we have policies that were already put in place, which we shall be reviewing, to make sure that if you sign up and you say you are going to be in a rural area, there must be some minimum years that you must stay in that before you go anywhere, including even going for study, because even study has become a good excuse for people to go and stay for 1 year or 6 months and then say, no, I have to go and upgrade my studies or myself in terms of what you call enhancement of your profession. So we are looking at these issues from a policy point of view to make sure that those loopholes of the past can be sealed. And one of the ways in which the current government is trying to make sure that this does not arise is through the policy of decentralization and looking at the pronouncements which His Excellency has made. One of the pronouncements that we made even during this recruitment, Madam Speaker, was to the effect that let the applicants apply within their districts. So if you are employing somebody from, say, Chilubi, and he lives or she lives in Chilubi as a nurse, and she applies and she's employed at Chilubi Hospital, the chances of that person coming to Lusaka are almost nil. But this business where, in the past, people living in Lusaka are the ones who are being employed from Lusaka to cover all the districts. And once they get put on the payroll, they run back to Lusaka. And so going forward, we are going to continue to even be more strict because we believe that every province of Zambia has qualified persons. But of course, there are those specialized skills which may not be available. That is when we go out of the district within the province and from the province within the other provinces. And that's what we tried very much to do. Although we know there were leakages in the process. That's where you hear somebody come here and say, oh no, the ones we're employing were district commissioners. And by the way, Madam Speaker, this is why this statement was equally important, so that some of our colleagues do not mislead the public about the entire process where they will use the DC as a scapegoat. We tried very hard to ensure that the local leadership in terms of the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, are the ones that must employ, and the priority, we said, employ the local people in that particular district, only if you don't have that qualification. So that is another way, Madam Speaker, that if you employ a nurse who lives in a particular district, they will not want to come out. But if you employ somebody from Lusaka, send them to Chirubi, obviously they will not stay there long enough because the terrain may even be difficult for them. Sometimes even issues of houses are also a challenge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Kafio had indicated. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi to make a follow-up question to the Minister of Health. Honorable Minister, you have said that you still have 5% of those who either have fallen off due to age or other challenges with their qualifications. My interest is when you would make a replacement of those whom you are sure have really fallen off, so that I can chance one nurse who can take over the clinic at Chanyondo in Lundazi. I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. We are already doing that. We are already filling up. The government has to continue with work. So the Ministry of Health has continued doing recruitments beyond the 11,000. And the Honorable Member of Parliament, if there's a specific issue indeed with any other, they can come through to see the PS and myself. And if possible, where there's need, we will help. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mbawala.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Mbawala an opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, congratulations for the excellent job done so far, and even beyond expectations with even the extra recruitments. That's very commendable for that work, and we commend the whole government of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema for this work. Now, a number of people who is it 45 or so and above, have not been able to come onto the job simply because they were basically victims of a brutal regime. They could not be recruited in the last 10 years. They couldn't get an opportunity to get recruited. And now they're asking for lenience from the new Dawn government, the good government of His Excellency President Hakainde, to see.
Oh, the Honorable Member, just ask a supplementary question.
Yes, to see to it that they be allowed to come into civil service at any age so that they can serve for the period when they are eligible to serve. They could be given a contract or a full-time employment, but they can serve for the period which they are able to serve. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important question. Important, Madam Speaker, in that, indeed, we have a number of our people who were not able to get into employment for various reasons, some of the reasons beyond their own making, and also taking into account that even education became a preserve for the rich and the politicians. So these are issues that any government must take into account. And the President is listening, is hearing views through various forums, and these are matters for future consideration by the government. But for now, the rules are still the same, the guidelines are still the same, and I think with time, you will see that some of the regulations are already being relaxed. You know, for example, general worker, you have to be a Form 5, and so on and so forth. You will note that we actually deliberately were able to make consideration for cleaners, that a cleaner don't need to have a Form 5 certificate with 6 passes, because then it means we are not serving the Zambian people. And to that extent, there are issues that the President personally has guided government on how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have run out of time. We've exhausted our time, so we can make progress. Notice of motion. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House urges the government to register all board members in government institutions and parastatal bodies with the Institute of Directors of Zambia.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Lunte. The question is that in order to enhance corporate governance, this House urges the government to register all board members in government institutions and parastatal bodies with the Institute of Directors of Zambia. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Before I proceed, Madam Speaker, let me hasten to mention that this motion was prompted by the rampant deficiency of corporate governance principles in state-owned enterprises, which has resulted in widespread breaches of regulations and professional ethics. Normally, the breaches are perpetuated with impunity by custodians of public institutions entrusted to make decisions that usually have a long-standing impact on public welfare. This is despite repeated efforts by successful governments to strengthen corporate governance in state-owned enterprises. Madam Speaker, it is worrying to note that many public institutions are regularly cited by oversight institutions for non-adherence to corporate governance principles. They are cited for consenting to numerous irregularities pertaining to financial misconduct, mediocre performance, poor staff welfare, corruption, negligence, fraud, lack of accountability, to just mention a few. They are often principal offenders of various corporate scandals that have rocked Zambia in the recent and distant times. Madam Speaker, as the House may be aware, Zambia has experienced corporate scandals in state-owned enterprises leading to devastating socio-economic effects. During the First and Second Republics, the Board of Directors appointed to administer the affairs of state-owned enterprises through corporate entities like the Industrial Development Corporation, INDECO, and the Zambia Mining and Investments Corporation, ZIMCO, achieved modest corporate governance accomplishments to warrant sustainable development in Zambia's maturing economy. Madam Speaker, this state of affairs continued in the early phase of the Third Republic when the Zambian economy transitioned into an ambitious and wholesale privatization program. However, with the deficiencies of corporate governance guidelines, several private and public entities in the mining, agriculture, manufacturing, and banking sectors struggled to realize good corporate governance principles. Madam Speaker, in recent times, Zambia has witnessed a steady growth in demand for good corporate governance, prompting the establishment of the Institute of Directors of Zambia 22 years ago. However, corporate governance has thrived more in private ventures and in the private sector than in the state-owned enterprises where irregularities are widespread owing to non-adherence to corporate governance ethics when the boards of directors are performing their oversight roles. For example, the 2019 Auditor General's report cited Zampost for lacking oversight in corporate governance procedures when it internally borrowed 1.9 million kwacha from Zampost freight and forwarding without the board's approval. Madam Speaker, in addition, some boards have in the past been dissolved for not living up to their terms of reference. These boards include the National Roads Fund Agents Board, the Zamtel Board, the National Youth Development Council Board, Times Printback Board, to mention a few. On the other hand, some institutions have operated without a board of directors, as the case was for the Zambia Compulsory Standards Agency, which operated without a board from January 2018 to June 2022. Madam Speaker, the irregularities and scandals identified earlier can simply be resolved through prioritizing and strengthening corporate governance in state-owned enterprises. Therefore, as part of the solution to redeem corporate prudence, all board of directors in state-owned enterprises should be registered with the Institute of Directors of Zambia, or at least they should be required to register with the Institute of Directors of Zambia. I am confident that the decision to register boards will accrue numerous benefits, which include the following. Members will enhance their skills and competences by participating in learning and development activities which advances corporate governance tenets. Members will be offered an opportunity to network with peers for purposes of sharing knowledge and expertise in corporate governance. And members who breach the professional ethics and conduct are most often disciplined and barred from serving on boards. This helps to attract and retain competent members of directors in state-owned enterprises. Madam Speaker, the Institute of Directors of Zambia is a leadership forum committed to the development of corporate governance, professional ethics, let me just repeat this. The Institute of Directors of Zambia is a leadership forum committed to the development of corporate governance through professional training and advocacy to enhance the quality of leadership and governance in the private and public sectors of Zambia since its creation 22 years ago. The Institute promotes high ethical standards, sound mindset, and ability to demonstrate sensible and informed business decisions and recommendations. Therefore, membership to this board will help to enhance the performance of state-owned enterprises, which in turn reduce audit queries in public, which will in turn reduce audit queries in public institutions. Madam Speaker, I am elated that the need to have improved corporate governance is also recognized by the United Party for National Development, that is the UPND. The ruling party's commitment are espoused in their manifesto to transform corporate governance by strengthening systems. The manifesto of the UPND on page 28 states as follows. In light of the rising cases of abuse of office in both the private and public sectors, a key focus of our effort will be legislation aimed at improving the corporate governance environment in the country. This will include strengthening qualifications for directors and board appointments and insolvency laws to guard against recent cases of blatant abuse of the process by political players. In view of this commitment, the Institute of Directors of Zambia has advocated for the enactment of comprehensive legislation which will be promoted through the Institute of Directors Bill. Madam Speaker, I wish to state that it may be seen that maybe when the government is required to register, it might spend a lot of money to register all those members of the boards of the parastatals and government institutions. But when you look at the money that is going to be saved as a result of that registration, you are going to find that the savings that are going to be realized are going to be much, much higher than what the government can pay for subscription. Or in other ways, in an event that the government doesn't have the money to pay for those people, for those members who are appointed to sit on boards, the government alternatively can actually request them to register with the Institute of Directors. This is not something that is very unusual. It happens sometimes when the government is employing, for example, civil servants. It tells the civil servants that you need to come with a police clearance, and the prospective employees are expected to pay for that, the fees that expected to be paid to the police or the relevant authorities where they are getting the police clearance or where they are getting the medical clearance from. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, let me emphasize that the continued poor performance of boards of directors is a profound concern, and it has a direct bearing on the realization of poverty eradication and wealth creation as contained in national planning instruments such as the 8th National Development Plan and Vision 2030, both of which are aimed at making Zambia a prosperous and middle-income country by the year 2030. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I call upon all sides of the House to support this controversial motion, and as well as the committee chairman. Oh, Therefore, I call upon all sides of the House to support this non-controversial motion. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam, thank you so much for according me this opportunity to second the motion from my honorable colleague, Honorable Kalalwe Mkosa, the CGMA. Madam Speaker, this motion is non-controversial, it's non-political, non-toxic, but developmental. Leadership in corporations, Madam Speaker, can be bad. At times it can be good. The goodness and badness of leadership may be driven from the capabilities of directors. This is why directors should have an opportunity to be able to belong to an association which can be able to upskill them and enforce certain ethical considerations. Let me quote from the website of the institute under consideration. We believe that good corporate governance of ethical leadership are essential to organizational sustainability, effectiveness and growth, and for socio-economic development and prosperity, end of quote. Madam Speaker, this is the basis of my supporting this motion and my urging my honorable colleagues, both on your right and your left, to support this motion. Ethical considerations, Madam Speaker, are important because ethics are those moral principles that govern a person's behavior. If your organization has not established a set of ethical considerations which must be motivated for you to follow, you are likely going to malfunction as a person. And when you malfunction as a leader, you are likely going to cause that malfunctioning, personal malfunctioning, to affect the organization that you save. So it's very important for all board members in all of the parastatals in Zambia to belong to the Institute of Directors of Zambia, so that those ethical considerations established by the Institute can actually be motivated on all of them to comply with. Madam Speaker, in the statement I quoted, there is organizational sustainability. Now, to develop sustainable strategies, you need capacity. That capacity does not come from nowhere. It does not come from belonging to PF. It does not come from belonging to any political party. It comes from being developed as a resource so that you are able to institute or to apply your mind in developing these capabilities which would be beneficial to the organization. It's my strong recommendation that we encourage these directors to belong to this institute, which will then promote upskilling initiatives, which will promote continuous professional development initiatives for the purposes of ensuring that these directors have the necessary capacities to run our organizations better, and the government and the Zambian people are going to benefit from their being leaders in these organizations. But also effectiveness is mentioned in the portion that I quoted. Madam Speaker, for you to be an effective resource, you just need to know. You have to have the know-how. But as I said, belonging to UPND won't give you the know-how. Being a member, a card-carrying member of UPND will never give you the know-how. The know-how will come from upskilling. The know-how will become, or maybe UPND is toxic. Belonging to PF, won't give you the know-how, Madam Speaker. The know-how will come from upskilling. It will come from belonging to the CGMA. My honorable colleague is a chartered global management accountant by virtue of having qualified as a CIMA. And the advice he has brought today, I wish he brought it when I was minister, madam. Because this advice is good for the progress of the country. Madam Speaker, integrity, which is such an important virtue, can come from this development. Objectivity can come from this development. Professional competence and virtue can come from this development. Therefore, as I second this motion, it is my conviction that ensuring that all these directors, and by the way, board members are directors. This is why I'm using the term direct, just in case my colleagues think I'm talking about other. These directors should be allowed or should be motivated to join this institute for the benefit not of this government of UPND or themselves, but for the benefit of the Zambian people. I tend to think that if these institutions perform, we have benefits to derive as the Zambian people.
Order. There is a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've listened very attentively to the submissions of the mover and the seconder of the motion. Madam Speaker, the mover and the seconder of the motion have veered off from the motion which you allowed on the floor of the House. The motion is very clear. It's stating that the government must ensure that directors in these parastate organizations must join. The government must ensure that they are members of the Institute of Directors. Now they are recommending that they must be encouraged to be members of the Institute, contrary to the motion and contrary to the motion which you authorized on the floor of this House. Are they in order to veer off the motion which they are encouraging us to debate, Madam Speaker? They are defeating their own motion. They have abandoned it, contrary to Article 81. Why should we continue, Madam Speaker, with this motion?
Thank you. Honorable members, as you debate, please let's stick to the motion as presented and approved by the Speaker's office. Let's not veer off. May the honorable member continue. No, let them debate. They have a right to debate. May the honorable member continue.
Madam Speaker, it is a responsibility of government to ensure that all players in government, including directors in parastatals, adhere to good corporate governance practices. One way in which they can achieve that is to ensure that all board members in all institutions under the government belong to this body. This is what we are talking about. But as you know, Madam Speaker, in some cases, you might find there are people who have qualms with this motion, and they'll be saying, no, this government doesn't have money. No, this government, and so on and so forth. And so, then there is diversity in that, and I think it's important to offer solutions comprehensively, which is that encourage them in case you can't register them. Encourage them. But the motion, which I'm seconding here, government must do it. It is their responsibility, unless they don't want good corporate governance. Unless they do not want to have a country which is run by professionals who subscribe to good corporate governance. But if they do want, if this is their desire as UPND government, I don't see why anybody should have a problem with this motion. Madam Speaker, as I second, I wish to thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Luena to debate this back from the dead motion. Madam Speaker, I'm saying back from the dead motion because the mover and the second of the motion do know that they rescued this motion, having at some point decided that it wasn't going to come forward. But nonetheless, they resurrected it and brought it, and therefore we are going to debate it. Madam Speaker, I'm going to, first of all, read the motion in full so that the mover and the seconder are aware of what it is that they are urging the government to do. They are saying, register board members with the Institute of Directors of Zambia. And the motion is that in order to enhance corporate governance, this House urges the government to register all board members in government institutions and parastatal bodies with the Institute of Directors of Zambia. There is no ambiguity there, Madam Speaker. What they are proposing is that the government should collect a list of all board members in government institutions, submit it to the IOD Zambia chapter, and have them registered. Nothing outside that. And then, Madam Speaker, they have spent all their time lecturing us on the good tenets of corporate governance, which no one this side of the House argues with. What we have a problem with is a suggestion that this should become a corporate responsibility. Madam Speaker, board members are constituted to oversee and provide the strategic directions to the institutions under their charge. And that means you need people that understand the core business of the institution or the organization. You need people that have got the professional requisites. And it's for that reason, in nearly all state institutions, the founding acts specifically spell out the membership of professional bodies as being a requirement. And the part of the qualifications and knowledge and the skills that those professionals bring is exactly to do with integrity, ethics. Madam Speaker, the IOD, as correctly characterized by the mover of the motion, he said it's a leadership forum. And then he says it embodies this professional ethics, which would be backed up once an Institute of Director bill comes for approval or for passing it on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, how can somebody encourage people to belong to a voluntary arrangement and they claim all these benefits on the understanding that all these alleged corporate scandals that were occurring was because people were not members of the IOD? They can't even substantiate that. Some of these financial scandals might have been committed by people who are already members of that leadership forum. So, Madam Speaker, this motion, without any suggestion that there is anything wrong with belonging to the IOD, because it's indeed a noble leadership forum that stands for a noble cause, and all people that are aspiring to be in leadership and management positions indeed should be encouraged. But that's a completely different suggestion. As for this responsibility to be taken up by the government to register all board members, Madam Speaker, will be a complete non-starter. Madam Speaker, some of the institutions or boards that are instituted under this government require people who represent, for example, consumer groups, require people who represent the rural societies, because they are affected. I have in mind here some of the water utility entities. I have in mind here some of the institutions like WAMA. They require people to belong to councils in catchment areas, in rural localities, community members. And you are saying they must, as a matter of policy, be required to be members of the Institute of Directors. Madam Speaker, there has never been a more misguided motion than this one. And therefore, Madam Speaker, without wasting much of your time, I would like just to suggest that this is indeed a BID motion, and therefore it does not get the support of the people of Luena. I thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on the next honorable member for Pambashe, you have indicated what's the point of order?
It is just on the previous speaker, Madam Speaker, according to standing order number 65, that we need to be factual and give the true information. In his debate, he was elucidating, maybe dreaming that all acts dictates that members of the board must belong to various associations, which is completely incorrect and false.
Order. Let's give the honorable member time to raise the point of order so that I can also understand it.
Yes, Madam
But
Speaker, we have verbatims.
Honorable members, you continue. The use of the word dreaming in the context that you used it, I think is not. Please use a more acceptable language to other fellow honorable members. You may proceed.
Imagining things that may not be in the act to be there, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, when we reviewed all the acts that pertaining to the appointment of board members in this parliament, in last session of parliament, maybe he was not there. And he can begin imagining things that are not there. The point of order, Madam Speaker, though I'm responding to my brother from Mongo Central, is not a speaker, maybe he's taken over your role, is the member of parliament for Luena in order to mislead himself and the people of Zambia that the acts that pertains to the appointment of people to sit on various boards do request that those that are appointed belong to this professional board, when in the actual sense, it's not true. Other acts only gives the minister to appoint two independent and various representatives of various government ministries. I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable member, you are referring to some acts which have not even specified which particular acts. The honorable member is stating a position from his understanding, and you are also stating a position from your understanding. So I don't think it would be fair for me to assign any blame to any particular member that they are not stating the fact. But if honorable members have got a point, you can take a note and rebut. As you debate, you rebut the position. The honorable member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity to support the spirit of this particular motion. Madam Speaker, the spirit of this particular motion, the spirit of this particular motion, Madam Speaker, is so as to raise the bar and to ensure that as state enterprises play a very critical role in our agenda for economic accountability, there ought to be certain standards they would adhere to. If we're going to realize the objectives of our Vision 2030, if we're going to realize the vision, the objectives of the 8th National Development Plan, there's a role that state enterprises come to play in this endeavor. And for me, I think that is what I understand to be the spirit or the purposiveness of this particular motion. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that good corporate governance has been argued by colleagues, the mover and the seconder, as well as colleagues who have debated against this particular motion. In essence, we agree that we cannot substitute good corporate governance for anything. And in this regard, the call is now on all of us to agree that if state-owned enterprises are going to perform to the optimum and bring us closer to where we must be in attaining the objectives of our national policies and national objectives, then we must agree that we must raise the standard. Indeed, members of different boards are drawn from a diverse background. Others will be drawn from an agricultural background, educational background, etc. And we cannot assume that everyone who's appointed as a board member does subscribe to the tenets of good corporate governance. The need for us to raise the bar and ensure that those of us or those who are appointed to provide strategic directions in state-owned enterprises embrace these particular tenets of good corporate governance is critical, Madam Speaker. The argument, of course, on the left and the right is whether it must be encouraged or compelled. For me, I think we can lose this motion in translation. What cannot be disputed or what cannot be argued against is the need for us to ensure that we raise the standard, we raise the bar, and ensure that our people, as they're being appointed to different bodies, adhere to these corporate governance or the corporate governance code. They understand the corporate governance scorecards and the implication on these state-owned enterprises. Madam Speaker, it is also true that belonging to the Institute of Directors would allow board members to adhere to a set of standards and also avoid what the move of this motion had alluded to and what we've read about in the past, and sometimes we continue to read about even in the present. I was reading one of the newspapers, I think today or yesterday's, one of the publications, Madam Speaker, where it is alleged that a board member is interfering with operations of management. So we cannot take it for granted, Madam Speaker, that board members, all board members, or by virtue of an appointment, a board member would understand the implications that would come with being appointed to such a position. And I would consider that, Madam Speaker, as board members provide, or as boards provide, the oversight and strategic direction, it is important that this particular motion be given chance by both the left and the right, because it comes to save what we all must agree to, that there has to be a certain level of discipline, a certain level of direction which we need as a country if we are going to adhere and achieve the objectives we've set for ourselves, as I alluded to in the Vision 2030, in the 8th National Development Plan, among other national policies. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I wish to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. He had indicated. The Honorable Member for Mwense. Oh, no. Bambavala.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the good people of Mbawara to contribute on the motion, urging government boards to be members of the Institute of Directors. Madam Speaker, I'm a fellow of the Institute of Directors since 2006, and even an award-winning member for Best NGO Leader in 2017, and an accredited trainer for King Code 1, 2, 3, 4, up to present. And as such, I belong to the Institute of Directors as a club, Madam Speaker. What I'm wondering with the motion and the colleagues that have moved the motion, the honorable members, is as to whether they have done enough consultation with the Institute of Directors to which I belong. Because Madam Speaker, this is a club, and as a club, we cannot force people to join a club. A club is a voluntary organization, and the Institute of Directors is a voluntary organization, whereby when you become a CEO of an organization or a leader, a corporate leader somewhere, you need to enhance your competences in that area. And so on your own, Madam Speaker, you voluntarily look for where can I get these skills on your own. And so I joined the Institute of Directors in 2006 when I became country director of an organization where I served with the Honorable Kambita here at Site Savers International. Because I needed to learn one or two things. So it is a voluntary club where You go and get the skills to deal with certain things on your own. You cannot force people to join Chongororo Club, to join Wildlife Club, to join this club, and the like. No, that is not the way, Madam Speaker, we do these things. We have to do things in a methodical manner, as per guidance by His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema. So I would urge the movers of this motion, Madam Speaker, to withdraw the motion, which I said much earlier that it's easier to withdraw this motion so that you can go and plan and consult the Institute of Directors properly. As members, myself, as one of the strongmen of that institute, who will tell you what you need to do, instead of coming here to mislead yourselves and mislead the House and the nation. So, Madam Speaker, our colleagues are definitely misguided, and I would urge them to completely withdraw this motion and not waste our time this afternoon. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mwense.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I wish I had a lot of energy to debate this motion. Madam Speaker, I stand here. I don't like talking about myself. I am a chartered secretariat myself, trained in the United Kingdom. So when it comes to issues of corporate governance, I'm very vested. And yes, I'm an authority on the matter. Yeah. So when I hear colleagues, Madam Speaker, beginning to trivialize this important motion, which in fact is supposed to help the government of the day, I get very surprised and very unfortunate. And especially from those that are saying they are members of the Institute of Directors, it is very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because for me, Madam Speaker, this motion is a non-partisan motion. What the colleague is encouraging is that if you look at corporate failure in the world, corporate failure, corporate insolvency, it is because of bad governance practices in many of these organizations, Madam Speaker. Even at ministerial level, Madam Speaker, ministries would fail because of bad corporate governance and leadership. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this motion that has been brought by our colleagues, despite the few deficiencies that it might have, we should be able to encourage ourselves as members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, especially if in the manifesto for the UPND, they provided that there would be legislation that is going to encourage that we have got a corporate governance, legislative framework where our board members in this country, Madam Speaker, should subscribe. Madam Speaker, if you look at the history of corporate governance was brought, Madam Speaker, in the world in the early 1990s because of corporate failure in America and in the United Kingdom. And therefore, there was a suggestion that instead of having legislation, we can have a voluntary way of the board members belonging to this particular institution. Madam Speaker, here in Zambia, like our colleague stated, we have got corporate failure in terms of organization performance.
Order, honorable members. Can we allow the honorable member to conclude? We don't have much time. We have a lot of work on the order paper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your protection. Madam Speaker, corporate failure, even as provided in many of the audit reports, and I'm sure the Minister of Finance there should even be able to say, we have bad practices, Madam Speaker, that have continued in terms of these audit reports. And for me, Madam Speaker, when a motion of this nature has been brought, this is where members of Parliament are supposed to come together, Madam Speaker, without looking at a bipartisan approach, because we have to encourage that the board members that are being appointed, Madam Speaker, should be able to adhere to corporate governance standards, corporate ethics, Madam Speaker, so that they are able to guide the institution in which they are in terms of what they are supposed to do, Madam Speaker. If we look at, Madam Speaker, some of the countries in Asia, they have come in Africa, Madam Speaker, and many of these, Madam Speaker, are parastatals. They are doing very well, maximizing returns, sending those returns to their countries. Meanwhile, when you look at our parastatals, Madam Speaker, in this country, they don't do well. The question is, why is it that they are not doing well? The reason is simple, Madam Speaker. The champion and vision carriers in those institutions who are the board members, Madam Speaker, do not adhere to any corporate governance standard, simply because we don't have a framework. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this motion seeks to urge government, which is actually basic, that the board members that they are appointing, and like my colleague said, when you look at most of the legislation in this country, Madam Speaker, for those ministers who are appointing board members, it would say you have to become a member of the Engineering Institute of Zambia, but it does not say that you have to belong to the Institute of Directors. The Institute of Directors, Madam Speaker, as a grouping of directors, is where corporate governance standards are taught. This is where our directors are trained. Therefore, even if I belong to an institute, I must be able to belong to this particular institute where I'm going to be provided with capacity building in terms of the corporate governance standards, so that when I am appointed as a director, Madam Speaker, I must be able to guide the management in terms of what they're supposed to do. Recently, we have been able to read about board members that have been dissolved in some of these institutions. The question is why? You find in some of the organizations, the board chairman wants to become a CEO, wants to become a procurement manager, wants to become a finance director. The question is why? The question is they are lacking basic management training. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we, the people of Mwense, we support this particular motion because we believe that if our board of directors, Madam Speaker, are provided with capacity building, they are going, Madam Speaker, to help our institution. The UPND, Madam Speaker, as a government, they want to promote economic transformation and job creation. Therefore, if the parastatals, Madam Speaker, and the state organization are not properly functioning, Madam Speaker, therefore we cannot attain the economic transformation and job creation that they are claiming to. Madam Speaker, with those words, I want to support this motion. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last debater on my right will be the Honorable Member for Zambezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to be the last debater on this motion, which was moved on the floor of the House by the Honorable Member for Chinsali and seconded by the Honorable Member for Lunte. Madam Speaker, from the outset, I'd like you to take judicial notice that I'm chairperson for the Committee on Parastatal Bodies. Therefore, my interaction with the parastatals is quite high. And having interacted with parastatals, it is clear in terms of how we sit in terms of corporate governance in these institutions. What comes out very clear in my interaction with the parastatal bodies is that corporate governance, yes, has suffered in recent years. But there's a history to that. And that's the reason to why I don't agree with the mover of the motion and the seconder of the motion when they seem to suggest that the treatment to that problem is to compel this House to move government to come up with a law that will now force people to belong to the Institute of Directors. I think that is not the right direction. And I'll give reasons for reasoning like that. Because the problem that we seem to face, going by the experience that I have had in my interaction with most of these parastatal bodies, is that the selection of these directors seemed to have taken a partisan route. And because of that, some people who were not competent enough to sit on those boards ended up finding themselves sitting on those boards. That's why I'm saying that this has a history to it. And you see, we cannot inquire from anywhere else. The people that caused this are right here in this house. Because instead of us looking for laws to put to fix things here and there, all it calls for is good governance. Most of the, like the debater who Honorable Anakoka mentioned, most of these acts which usher in these parastatal institutions prescribe the structure of those boards. They state from which institutions these should be drawn. And if the person given the authority by government to appoint the board strictly follows that, they would actually pick competent people in these boards. Alas, sometimes where there is some room to push in people, we ended up having people that did not qualify to sit on those boards. And this is where the problem came in terms of corporate governance. Corporate governance is so cardinal because it provides the strategic direction of every institution. I heard one debater talk about water utility companies. There it was even worse. Some of the boards were really non-functional because of the way people were picked to sit on those boards. Now, this is my suggestion. Yes, we have a problem, and you've heard the debaters. I'm taking the debate in a different direction. The debaters have mentioned that this Institute of Directors is a voluntary institution, so you can't try and compel people to register with it through passing a piece of legislation. People should voluntarily join this institution. And therefore, we cannot urge government to force people to join this institution just because they've been appointed to be on the boards of directors. What we should strengthen is good governance. And good governance goes with carefully selecting people that are competent and who qualify to sit on those boards. And if I look close, the new Dawn government is doing exactly that. If the mover of the motion was clever enough, he should have come here to say, let us verify the standing, the professional standing of these people who have been appointed on the board. Some of them, by the way, this same house ratifies their being on those boards. Meaning that they qualify, they go through a furnace of even being scrutinized by your committee, Madam Speaker, a select committee, before this House approves.
Order. There is an indication. Honorable Member for Lunte, please do indicate on the machine, because when you just stand up, it contributes to the disorder in the House. So what's the point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point of order which I intend to raise against my honorable colleague is based on Standing Order 65. Madam Speaker, and in terms of Standing Orders 37, private members' motion is provided for, and no one is wasting your time because you authorized this motion. Madam Speaker, the motion under consideration is urge government to register all board members in government institutions and parastatal bodies with the Institute of Directors of Zambia. There is nowhere in the motion where anybody is urging government to force or forcing people to register. We are urging government to register board members, urging them to do so. My honorable colleagues now want to twist this and say we are forcing. Where is anybody forcing anyone to register? We are urging the UPND government to register board members. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Order. Proceed, please. Time.
Thank you so much. And I just want to end by saying, is my honorable colleague in order to allege that we want to force people to register when in fact we are urging government to register the directors into the institute? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling.
The only challenge with some points of order is when you raise a point of order, you start debating the same point of order. You even provide responses and argue in the process. So I'm left with no room within which to make a ruling. May the honorable member proceed, taking into consideration the observation by the honorable member from Lunte.
Madam Speaker, I should have proceeded propounding on the purpose for corporate governance, but I think let me wind my debate in this fashion. The reason to why this motion was brought to this House is because this House is the one that makes laws. If this motion was brought here to just debate for the sake of debating, then we were wasting time. The reason to why the motion was brought here is in order for this House to urge government. How does this House urge government to do what it's supposed to be done? Is by providing the law. And that's the reason to why I had to actually delve in that direction. The reason to why this motion is here is to try and convince these members that this Institute of Directors is so important that we should put up a law which will help people to get registered. And when a law is put in place, it means people have to register and have to become members in order for them to qualify to be on those boards. And this is what we are debating against. That's why we are not supporting this motion. What we are doing right now is to lay bare that the situation was bad because of bad governance. Now that there is good governance, you expect good out of these boards which are in place now, which have been professionally selected as provided for by the laws of this country and carefully selected by people who care about corporate governance. In any case, the performance of these parastatals depends on good corporate governance. And that's the reason to why many of them could make such decisions like go and purchase property when an institution is supposed to be probably responsible for managing pensions of people. They will go and invest money into something that will never produce profits. Sometimes even withdraw money from there, which will benefit a party in power. These are the issues that we are dealing with now. Now we have a decent government which is selecting people on the basis of their qualifications. They will become directors, competent directors, that will provide the corporate governance you are looking for. So there's nothing to worry about. Now there is a decent government, Madam Speaker. That motion is really a brought-in date. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let's listen to other voices that usually don't speak. The Honorable Member for Chelenge on my left, that will be the last debater before we wind up.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to contribute on the very important motion that has come on the floor at the right time. And I'm so sad that I can stand here and began to share on something that we should have wasted only 5 minutes and agreed on something that all of us are looking forward to. Yes. You come to rule a country and tell the people to say you shall use the rule of law. Yes. You want to rule a country with transparency. You want to rule a country with order.
Order.
Madam Speaker,
Order.
demands that you put good corporate governance in place. Yes. And all this motion is demanding for is that we should agree to a concept of good corporate governance. Unless someone is telling me that what you are saying is not what you are doing. Because if we are doing what we are saying, that we want to rule by the rule of law and good governance, this is the motion to support. This is the motion to support. And I feel so sad as an accountant and a social scientist. On the floor, people are speaking about things that could not really help them to govern the people out there. Yes. Madam Speaker, when I was a council secretary, one of the things that was done in trying to bring about good corporate governance in the councils, we were advised as CEOs to join Zambia Institute of Human Resource Management. Not necessarily because, Madam Speaker, because we were all
had done human resource management. We came from different professions, but brought together to be helped. We were made to subscribe to human resource management. The idea was to create an environment so that all these council secretaries, all these town clerks would be helped in the issues of corporate governance issues in relation to human resource management. Right now, when you talk of a council secretary, you talk of a town clerk, all these have joined human resource management, that very club, to try and help them in terms of orientation of all the changes that are happening, because there are so many people in the councils which they are managing. And here on the floor of the house, alas, people are debating as if we are not serious when we are in the House of Rel. When we are not in the floor. Madam Speaker, I feel this motion is important. We must remove politics. We need to implement this because we need it for the future and to live beyond us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate the motion on the floor of the House. I must begin by stating that we do not support the motion for the reasons already given by previous speakers on the right, but which I will elaborate on with a little more detail. Madam Speaker, let me begin by informing this Honorable House that I'm speaking as a member myself of the Institute of Directors of Zambia for several years. To start, membership of the Institute is never carte blanche. So it's misconceived for a motion to come in such a manner that the Institute would not have the opportunity to determine who it wants to be a member of the Institute or not. Already there is a challenge there. The criteria used for selection of members to join the Institute is very strict, and we do not have the impetus as the House to resolve that criteria by a motion of this nature. Already, Madam Speaker, from that perspective, the motion cannot succeed. But, Madam Speaker, what has not been said by the movers of the motion, and indeed those that supported it, predominantly on your left, is what is the mischief that the motion is seeking to address. From the debates, one can discern that the mischief that is being sought to be addressed is that of whether or not we have good corporate governance standards in the country. The obvious question then is, does membership to the Institute automatically then determine that there's good corporate governance? The answer to that is no. Where does enhancing good corporate governance lie? Where does the mischief get resolved? Madam Speaker, the question is very simple to answer. Again, it's about information, and if the movers of the motion had taken the time to visit the Institute of Directors of Zambia website, it seems that there's a challenge on the left with visiting these websites. They would have found the requisite information. Madam Speaker, the Institute of Directors of Zambia has been in the marketplace, these are their own words from their website, for over 20 years. Where were our colleagues in the last 20 years, more particularly the last 10 years, to have moved this motion if it was coming in good faith? Quite clearly, the motion is not intended to address the mischief, but rather to politicize a very straightforward matter of good corporate governance. In the period, please, honorable members, listen closely. We will learn from each other.
Honorable members, let's observe some order. May the minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the period of 20 years that the Institute has been on the marketplace, it has trained over 6,200 board members. And amongst those, there are only 750 who are current serving members. Again, this information will show that membership to the board does not necessarily correlate to good governance training. The Institute has capacity to do training for those that intend to be on boards without them necessarily moving on to be members. Yeah. So, what the motion should have been talking about, if it was in good faith, should have been, let us encourage training. Let us give more impetus to the Institute to train more people. And in that way, you build more capacity for the Institute, rather than going and talking about registration by hook or by crook, if I may use that expression. Madam Speaker, in addition, relating to the issue of what is the mischief we're trying to resolve, had the members that brought this motion, the honorable member and the seconder, taken time to do their research, they would have found out that the Ministry of Justice is currently spearheading the preparation of a national governance policy. As we speak, officers from the ministry are spread across the country in 4 provinces doing stakeholder engagement. Amongst the key stakeholders that have been engaged are, of course, the Institute of Directors of Zambia. So again, it shows, clearly demonstrates that the motion is misconceived to the extent that it is not intended to address the mischief in issue. The policy that is being developed by the Ministry of Justice addresses the very issue that is at the center of this debate. How do we improve national governance issues as a nation? I think that's where the answer lies, rather than forcing an institute, as it were, to take on registered or register members even without setting a specific criteria. And we can take the argument even further, Madam Speaker, if indeed this was a good faith motion, then the honorable movers of the motion and seconder of the motion would have thought of putting in place a legislative framework to protect the manner in which the Institute of Directors is organized. As it is now, it is a club. So if we want to enhance, let's talk about the engineers that were given an example. A piece of legislation was put in place for the regulation of their profession. This is what we should be talking about if we want to be progressive. As a proud member of the Institute, I know it is not in my interest or in the interest of the Institute to proceed in this manner. We need to proceed in a methodical fashion, deal with legislative matters, put in place a legislative regime and a policy regime that will allow for increased training in corporate governance matters. In that way, you deal with the challenge that we are speaking about, if indeed there is one. But, Madam Speaker, as I conclude my debate, let us not forget that the very movers of the motion and those that have supported it had the opportunity. Correct. Had the opportunity in the 10 years that they were in office to address this, especially with the rampant board indiscretions that we had been seeing during the past 10 years. They did not do so. But we, as the New Dawn government, being positive as we always are putting in place the policy framework, have already engaged the Institute of Directors on the legislative framework. In fact, as I'm standing here, I was the guest of honor at the Institute of Directors AGM earlier this year. The commitment of the New Dawn government is there, and therefore the movers of the motion need not urge the government to do what they're asking us to do via the motion. We are already walking the talk. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry will respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, to enable me to respond to the motion that has been prepared from the other side. Madam Speaker, the motion says urge the government to register board members of parastatals with the Institute of Directors. urging them, which means that you are actually, as Honorable Kambita said, this is actually compulsion. You are urging government to make sure that his board of directors are registered. So that is compulsion. Madam Speaker, the Institute of Directors, as we have heard from the Minister of Justice, is actually a voluntary association. Let me read from the Articles of Association of Directors, and it says, the Institute shall be a voluntary association of persons, incorporated, non-profit making, the membership of which, and this is where it becomes critical, the membership of which shall be restricted. Membership of which shall be restricted to persons who are admitted. So there's restriction and admission. It's not automatic. Now these colleagues are saying, force the board members to be registered in an organization where you require to be admitted because there are restrictions. Colleagues, did you read this document? Did you read this document? Because if you had read it, you would not have brought this motion. You would have realized that actually what you are recommending to be done is an affront to what the Institute of Directors are saying. Because they are saying it is restricted and you must be admitted. Now you are telling government, Institute of Directors, whether you like it or not, bring this board member, register them. That cannot be correct. Okay? That cannot be correct. So please, go and read this document once again and satisfy yourself that what I'm saying is correct and that the direction that you are taking is the wrong direction. Madam Speaker, I'm also puzzled by one thing. This is that they've correctly said that the Institute of Directors, they play an important role. I have no quarrel with that. But what puzzles me is that they say register only the parastatal bodies. However, Madam Speaker, we know that issues of corporate governance, they affect both the parastatals and the private companies. But I'm just puzzled. Why is it that they're ignoring the fact that in the private sector also, there are problems of corporate governance? But it must only be the government forcing the parastatals to register. Colleagues, are you really interested in good corporate governance, or you're actually pursuing a different agenda altogether? So, this just makes us be convinced, Madam Speaker, that these colleagues did not think through. They did not think through the motion that they were bringing here. Finally, Madam Speaker, because most of the points have already been raised, I want to say that under this government, one of the issues that we are pursuing to increase investment, create jobs in the country, is to reduce the cost of doing business. Reduce the cost of doing business. Reduce the hassle involved in the business sector to go and get that approval, pay that fee. We are reducing that so that investments can flow. so that jobs are created, so that all of us, our children, grandchildren, they can get jobs. Unlike what we've seen in the last 10 years, when jobs have become harder and harder to get. So our agenda, Madam Speaker, is to reduce the hassle and the cost of doing business so that the young people have hope about the future. And this motion, Madam Speaker, it goes in the opposite direction of what we are trying to achieve. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, this government here rejects this motion. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Chinsali, winding up debate.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank all the honorable members who have debated this motion, starting with the half-baked accountant, the honorable member for Luena, the Kanchivia member of parliament, the Mbabala member of parliament, who I appreciate is a social worker. He has studied Bachelor of Social Work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the honorable member for
Honorable
Mwense.
members, honorable member for Zambezi is advised and guided that if you want to raise a point of order, please don't just stand up and raise a point of order. And in terms of time, we are running way behind the time. So please, let's allow the honorable member for Chinsali to wind up. You will continue discussing outside. Honorable member for Chinsali, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I said I also want to thank the Chartered Secretary, the honorable member for Mwense. I also want to thank the seconder of this motion, who is also a Chartered Global Management Accountant, Honorable Kafwa. I want to thank my colleague, the MP for Zambezi West, the MP for Nchelenge, as well as the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance. No, I said Zambezi East. State Council. Madam Speaker, I wish to state that the members of your accounting committees, parastatal bodies, local government accounts committee, and public accounts committee will agree with me that what we're trying to discuss here is purely meant to help enhance corporate governance. I have taken note, some honorable members in their debates, they said we have any other agenda. I don't know what that other agenda is, because they have failed to state what that agenda is. Ours is just to basically enhance corporate governance, Madam Chairperson. Madam Speaker, before we criticize this motion that I moved on this floor, it is very important to look at who is the ultimate beneficiary. The Minister of Justice, in one breath, he clearly stated the importance of this motion. I do understand that he disagreed. He said he's not supporting the motion, but he kind of agreed with what we're trying to do. Because he stated that, as well as the Minister of Finance, they both stated that for someone to be admitted as a member of the Institute of Directors, they have to undergo some form of scrutinization so that the Institute of Directors is able to see if that person is fit to be a member of the Institute of Directors. Madam Speaker, that is it, that what we are trying to achieve. That same process, that is what is going to help us sieve, so that those who fail the criteria to be the members of the Institute of Directors, indirectly, those are the people that are going to be removed, that no, you, according to criteria, you do not fit to be a member of the Institute of Directors, and you cannot be a member of any board because your qualifications and capability as well as acumen, it's falling below par. Madam Speaker, as we speak here, we are speaking as authorities. Me, I'm an authority. I'm a chartered management accountant. I'm a chartered management accountant. On the other hand, I'm also an economist. It's surprising to hear a social worker like my brother from Babala there coming here to say you are wasting our time. My dear brother. Do you know what you're talking about?
Order,
It's
honorable
shocking.
members, order. Order, honorable member for Chinsali. Let's not give names to our honorable members as we debate, because that is going to attract points of order. So you can talk about your qualifications, but don't underrate other people's qualifications. May the honorable member for Chinsali continue as guided.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members debated to issues relating to consultation. Madam Speaker, we consulted the Institute of Directors, and we quite all right did good research, and we did wider consultation with the Institute of Directors. The only reason why I was talking about why a person should not rush to discuss that you are wasting your time, it's like what they say that Madam Speaker. That's the reason why I said the social worker can't start discussing the issues relating to issues of corporate governance.
Order. Honorable member for Chinsali, I've already guided. Please, let's not attract controversy. Just stick to your qualifications and wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize for that, and I won't repeat it. Madam Speaker, as I end, I would just like to say thank you so much for everyone who has debated, and I do not expect that everyone can agree with something that is said maybe by one person, because we have different views and opinions as well as backgrounds. But what is important is that diversity of views is important and is healthy. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I thank you.
Honorable members, I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet, please. Let's make progress. It's already 16:30. I put the question. The question is that in order to enhance corporate governance, this House urges the government to register all board members in government institutions and parastatal bodies with the Institute of Directors of Zambia. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. I think, order, I think the noes have it. The question is negative. Order, order. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2022, committee stage.
The House will now resolve into committee.
Order, honorable members. We make progress. The National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2022. Clause 1. Order. We want to make progress. Clause 1, short title, any debate, any objection. Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of section 15. Any debate, any objection. Clause 2 is agreed to. Clause 3, repeal and replacement of section 39. Any debate, any objection. Clause 3, there's too much noise on my left where the PF whip is seated. We can't make progress. We need to make progress. Clause 3, repeal and replacement of section 39. Any debate, any objection. Clause 3 is agreed to. Long title, any debate, any objection. Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee without amendment. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2022 without amendment.
Day for third reading.
Tomorrow, Madam.
Third reading of the bill to be taken tomorrow, 24th, is it 24th November 2022. Next order.
The Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, third reading.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. Let the bill be read the third time.
The Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022.
Next order.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
when business was interrupted yesterday, 22nd November 2022, the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 presented to the National Assembly in September 2022 was considering head number 26, Ministry of Information and Media, and Mr. Mutinta, Member of Parliament for Stage, was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity to continue debating from where I ended yesterday on head number 12 under the Ministry of Information Broadcasting and the Media. Head number 26, thank you so much for the correction. Just to emphasize the point, Madam Chairperson, the media is the fourth state. And in every democratic dispensation, the media plays a very important role in ensuring that people they get the right information, people participate fully, and people they are informed of all the democratic tendencies in a given society. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, the amount of money that has been allocated to this head is something which is recommendable, and it has to be supported by the all well-meaning Zambians, because we want the media that is going to be representative of the views of the people, and the media that is going to inform all the members of the public on all the development which the New Dawn government at the moment is investing in the entire country. Madam Chairperson, I will speak on just two points from the presentation which was done by the Minister. I'll touch on the policy side of this ministry. The intention...
Order, Honorable Member. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for healthy break.
Mutinta is on the floor of the House as the House has resolved into committee to continue with his debate towards head 26, Minister of Information and Media.
Yes, Julius, earlier on we had an announcement about the visiting delegation from the Parliament of Namibia, and that was followed by a ministerial statement rendered by the Minister of Health, and this was on the recruitment of health workers in the Ministry of Health. And just now we take a break.
MP's Diary this Thursday at 08:35 hours features Kanyama MP Mr. Monty Chinkuli. Join Paul St. Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency. Katuba constituency lies west of Lusaka and is the first entry into Central Province on the Great North Road. Katuba derives its name from Gutuba, meaning white sand. The constituency is mostly rural but experiencing rapid growth in real estate development and smallholder farms. There are also a few factories that have come up in the past few years. In order to bridge the gap between the area Member of Parliament and the constituents, a constituency office was established in 2009. Mr. Mwawashike Nkulukusa is Katua Member of Parliament, elected in 2021. He now runs through the Members of Parliament that have served before him.
I'm the number 8th Member of Parliament, the first one in the 70s when Katuba was annexed from Kembe, because it used to be one constituency, which we call the first Member of Parliament for Katuba is Mr. Laima, who is no more. He served up to around 1978, from about 1974-75, when the second Member of Parliament, Mrs. Muyunda Mavis, came in. She's the longest Member of Parliament to have served Katuba until the Multi-Party for Democracy came in 1990-91, when Gilbert Mululu became the third Member of Parliament. And then we had Mr. Shakafuswa, Jonas Shakafuswa, who in 2001, when UPND was formed and contested the first time, it picked the seat under the UPND with Mr. Jonas Shakafuswa, who became the fourth Member of Parliament. And after Jonas came Mr. Chikusu, Dr. Chikusu, who became the fifth Member of Parliament. Served just for a while. Unfortunately, he died. And then, of course, in 2016 came a lady again, Patricia Mashingwere, who I'm sure you saw also serve just for a short period of time, didn't finish her term. She passed on. She was the 60th Member of Parliament. And then in 2019, when she passed on, Honorable Bampi Kapalasa took over to finish her term up to 2021.
The Katuba lawmaker now gives a general overview of Katuba constituency.
Katuba is a peri-urban constituency, if you like. Of course, it's defined as a rural constituency, but because of the, before there used to be urban migration, people moving from rural to the urban areas, but we are experiencing rural migration, where people are moving so much from the urban areas into rural. And Katuba has been one of those that has become one of the main targets by many people wanting to settle because of its proximity to Lusaka. It is mainly, the main activities in Katuba is agriculture. It has always been an agricultural center, part of Central Province. It is surrounded by Kembe on the northern side, by Chisamba on the east. On the east there is Chisamba and the Chongwe, which also gets into Mandevu, and then we share also with Matero, Chilanga, Mwembeshi, Nangoma, and we go and share with Mumbwa. So we are somehow in between. It's quite wide in terms of the length, almost 120, 130 kilometers in the length, and about 80 in some areas, about 70, 50 kilometers in the width. So it's quite a vast constituency that now is experiencing two types of life: the peri-urban life on the eastern side and the typical rural life on the western side. Yeah. So it's a sporting constituency with a lot of young ones wanting to take into sport, but also the adults like myself. We love recreation through sport because it's predominantly a Christian constituency, predominantly SDA, which is Seventh-day Adventist, and most of those people don't want to engage into things like beer drinking and other things. So they find sport one of the easiest, one which they don't think they would be committing any sin if they go for such recreational.
Challenges faced by people in rural areas are quite similar, as Mr. Nkulukusa explains.
Any other rural constituency, we are usually within what many rural constituencies face. which are mainly 5 major challenges that are always targeted. Number one is the availability of schools. We have quite a number of primary schools, but we have very few secondary schools. This time at least we have about 1, 2. Now you can imagine for such a vast constituency to have only 1, 2 secondary schools, it's a big challenge. But also the infrastructure of these schools, more especially the primary schools. The infrastructure is quite dilapidated. Many of the students or the pupils sit on the floor. We have a huge challenge to ensure that we provide desks, we improve some of the infrastructure. Katuba is a place where you will go to a school and you find that there is a house for a teacher that was built in 60s, cracked and all those things. So that has always been a challenge from the education sector. Chifuankula Primary School, they are very lucky people. I'm sure if you should take a second visit, it's now one of the best schools that has worked, thanks to a church called the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We partnered with them. That roof that was blown off was rehabilitated. They are now building 3 blocks of each block has 3 classrooms. They also completed one of the 1x3 classroom blocks that was started. So I can rest assure you, if you go to Chifuankula now, they are one of the luck schools that we partnered with an NGO, a church, which came to help us. But there are many other schools that could be in the state of the way you found Chifuankula before, that also require attention from us. The second is the health sector. First of all, Katuba had never had a hospital, whether a mini hospital, a level 1 hospital. We've only had the health posts that are so distant from the communities, and so that is a challenge because people have to walk distances. We thank the government now that they gave me a hospital, a level 1 hospital, which is under construction now. We are hoping that it will finish very soon. It will be the first ever in Katuba, despite the proximity of Katuba being near to Lusaka. Apart from one trunk road which passes through Katuba going to connect with Kembe, all other roads are almost impassable. They are very bad. And so some of them have even been abandoned because it's almost impossible to drive on those roads. So because of that, we have also targeted road infrastructure to be one of the issues to be addressed, so that at least people can access. You know, when you talk of road infrastructure, there are few streams in Katuba, rivers and streams, and so you find that there are a lot of issues of bridges, collapsing of bridges. Pupils can't cross to go to school because this bridge has collapsed, and all that is falling under road infrastructure that we are trying to look, and one of the challenges that we are looking at. We have embarked on a project we are calling Electrify Katuba, where we have identified 36 actually, not 46, 36 electrification points that are public in nature. These are schools, health centers, and community schools. And we are trying to see how, if we take electricity to those areas, for example, for pupils, they are now doing a lot of ICT courses, but they don't have the infrastructure to demonstrate the ICT. All they are doing is theory. So we are hoping that once electricity comes to most parts of Katuba, then more especially to schools and health centers, then it is going to be a catalyst for development and increase the level of investment. Because many people, once you do the road, the Chinese actually were saying, take a road to an area, take electricity, then you'll have taken development. You investors will now go and put your own development there. Katuba is an agricultural center. We do a lot of agriculture. We don't have so much commercial farming in Katuba, but we have a lot of peasant and improved farming. And so you find that we need a lot of agricultural extension services. animals sometimes die of corridor diseases. And so we need a lot of agricultural services from the government to provide those extension services for agriculture. Deeping issues, prevention of diseases to animals, what type of crops to plant, gardening, and all those things. And so we believe that because we are near to Lusaka, once those services are there, a lot of people are going to venture into agriculture, more especially at improved level, and that is going to change the lifestyle of the people and the income levels of the people. We have actually an association, we formed a public-private partnership association, which is called the Katuba Public-Private Partnership Association. Currently, it is being chaired by Mount Meru. Mount Meru, as you go to Katuba towards the toll gate, there is a huge manufacturing plant on your right, and that is the chair currently of that association. It was purely my initiative to try and bring the private sector together, a coordinated approach of how we can deal with the private sector.
The Katuba lawmaker is passionate about changing the lives of the people of Katuba.
The word of encouragement for me is that Katuba must be a little bit patient. The agenda, the real agenda for development has just started. We are, in terms of CDF, we are just months, not even a year. And in terms of government, we are just above a year. And when the CDF started coming, there was a lot of teething problems. And like any other good thing, there usually comes with a few challenges. We have learned the ropes. We have now a learning curve enough to implement. Like, for example, now, next month, we are starting to sit to plan for the CDF 2023. That is how much we want to be ahead of time. So a little bit of patience. Rome was not built in a day. The infrastructure was so dilapidated, it can be built in 1 month. But I can rest assure them that where the investment for CDF is going to go in the next 3 years, definitely they will see change. And that will be the basis for them to think whether I am a good captain to continue pardoning the ship, or I'm a wrong one for somebody else to come in. But it's all up to them when it reaches that point.
Mr. Justin Mafuta is a professional assistant for Katuba Constituency Office.
Well, majorly, my major objective as a professional assistant is to facilitate the work of a member of parliament in the constituency. As you may be aware, the roles of the MP, one is to represent the people in the constituency. So my major role is to facilitate the work of the MP in the constituency.
Mr. Mafuta encourages Katuba constituents to make use of the constituency office so as to improve the constituent-member relations.
The major reason why people should visit or come to their constituency is number one, is to have an engagement with their lawmaker or their representative. There should be an interaction between the member who is the MP of the constituency as well as the constituents, in line to say, because as long as there's no dialogue between the MP as well as the constituents, tangible developments cannot be achieved. Also, one thing also I want to make mention, dialogue should be a two-way thing, in the sense that the constituents, they engage the MP because one of the major roles of the MP is to represent the people in the constituency. So once there is that engagement in terms of interaction, the MP picks everything that the people of the constituents have told him to go and request on behalf of the people to the executive, who is in this case the ruling. Also, this office acts as an information hub, in the sense that once the MP gets information from the executive, he also conveys the message back to the people in terms of a policy direction from the government. So it has to be a two-way attire in terms of the interaction.
A constituency office is a goal of parliamentary improvement aimed at taking Parliament closer to the people. MP's Diary this Thursday at 08:35 hours features Kanyama MP Mr. Monty Chinkuli. Join Paulson Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency.
Right, 20 minutes break was taken at 16:40, and in a couple of just under 1 minute to get back to the floor of the House. And under consideration is Head 26, Minister of Information and Media, whose debate was interrupted yesterday, and the Tej Member for Parliament, Mr. Twambo Mutinta, just picked up where he left off yesterday. And again, as the procedure demands, he was interrupted for a break. So we expect him to continue after break.
And still to come, we still have Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises Development. We also have Head 87, Anti-Corruption Commission, and Head 78, the Zambia Security Intelligence Services under the Office of the President.
Right, so that is the program of work ahead of us. In a couple, just about now, we should be able to cross back to the floor of the House as the House continues to consider Head 26, and the bulk of everything else that takes place on the floor of the House will come your way at the very end of our proceedings when the House adjourns later on this evening. So you are watching Parliament Television. Sincere thanks that you've stayed tuned to a station that brings Parliament closer to you, and we expect the chairperson of the Committee of the whole House to make way into the House. We'll now take you back to the floor of the House.
We are yet to form a quorum, and the business of the House cannot transact as such for now.
Order. When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head number 26, Minister of Information and Media, and Mr. Mtinta, member of Iteshteji, was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. At the point when I was interrupted for the second time, I was emphasizing the point that we need the media, and the free media is a prerequisite for every democratic dispensation. Madam Chairperson, I want to mention that the conversation on the Access to Information Bill, it's a piece of legislation that has been there for the past decade. This conversation started perhaps during the time of MMD. PF came through. It was part of their campaign promises, and now we are in the new dawn. I just want to emphasize that as we appropriate this budget, the information to the Access to Information Bill, it should be actualized, because this bill is not about journalists. It's about the Zambians. It's about the public. Right now, the New Dawn government is doing quite a lot, but the public is not adequately informed because some journalists cannot access information on the CDF and any other developmental projects that are taking place. So I strongly feel this budget increase will necessitate the process that will see that this law comes into effect. Allow me also to mention that having this law, Madam Chairperson, it's something that will bring about accountability, it will bring transparency in the running of this government, and it will also curb corruption because the people will be informed of they will be able to access information which is of public nature. And if we effect this, it will demonstrate that the New Dawn government is providing political will to this issue, and there's nothing to hide. Let me also touch on the media services, as it was indicated by the minister yesterday. The infrastructure, indeed, like my colleagues mentioned yesterday, leaves much to be desired. Starting from ZNBC itself, we need to thank the minister. Upon her arrival, she was able to do the car park at ZNBC. I think that was progressive and she has to be recommended for that. But we expect a lot of facelift of ZNBC. Go to ZNBC, Madam Chairperson, if you go to the studio for Radio 1, I think it leaves much to be desired. We need to provide the facelift, and I'm sure the New Dawn government, with this budget appropriation, will be able to change the face of ZNBC studios. If you talk about the districts, the situation is worse. It's not something you can admire. Just like my colleagues mentioned, Honorable Mabenga there, if you came to Itezitezi, there is an East team, they sit in a one room, they squat at the DC's office. They have got no cameras, they've got no vehicle, and we strongly feel this budget, it is going to deal with some of these challenges that our colleagues are facing. Because of that, you will discover that a lot of good things happening out there, they are not being shared to the public. And the public is not appreciating the good efforts of the New Dawn government. As I conclude, I would also want to touch on the IBA, one of the key regulatory bodies that sits under this ministry. That the IBA that we knew in the past, it should not be the IBA that we are supporting under this budget. We want to see the Independent Broadcasting Authority, which is going to be impartial, not the one that was propagating closure of television stations like what we saw with Prime TV. We want where the money should go, it should be an independent organization, and this organization should be depoliticized to a large extent. Apart from that, we expect that the IBA, it should cut a lot of its bureaucracies. We expect a lot of people that want to establish community radio stations here. A lot of members have got those intentions. They should find it very easy. As I conclude, let me say, Madam Chairperson, I support the bill, I support the budget, and will support the ministry's intentions. Thank you so much.
Your time is up. Honorable member, just a reminder, yesterday we had 5 members that debated, so we won't take a lot of members today so that we make progress. We are not having any member from the independents. Mr. Munia.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Order, Mr. Munia. Ms. Katuta, your name is not appearing on the gadget, so that's why I haven't seen you. So just try to indicate. Mr. Munia, Mr. Zulu, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for permitting the good people of Lumezi to speak to Head 26. Madam Chairperson, on page 276, on personal emoluments, we have seen an increment from 16 million kwacha last year to 27 million kwacha this year.
in the 2023 budget rather. Goods and services, Madam Chairperson, again we've increased from 9 million to 19 million plus. Now, may I draw your attention to personal emoluments, Madam Chairperson. We are investing quite a lot of money in personal emoluments at a ministry that we've debated heavily in this House, Madam Chairperson. This is a ministry that issues licenses to different media houses in the country, both print, radio, and television. Now, Madam Chairperson, you look at the formation of this ministry, it is the official, that's why we have the official government spokesperson, Honorable Minister Chushka Sanda. We also have permanent secretary, who is the head of the technocrats at the ministry. Strangely but true, this is a ministry that equally created a position of a director from the political organization or under the banner of the UPND alliance. Now, we go to personal emoluments. Next year, we'll be paying people that are coming in from the banner of political parties. Yet, we've got seasoned civil servants in the ministry that if indeed we needed to create such a position, we should have picked from those that have served in the civil service in the ministry for quite some time and are well acquainted to how this ministry works. Now, we are getting back to the days, Madam Chairperson, where a journalist is beaten in Petauke, and then the directors that do not understand why they're in these ministries, they end up issuing political statements. In supporting this head, it is my wish that going forward we'll not have party cadres being called directors in these ministries. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Southern Province.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for according me the opportunity to add my voice in support of the vote on the floor of this House. I'm compelled to join this debate, Madam Chairperson, in recognition of the milestones that have been achieved by this ministry, especially through the public broadcasters in the last more than 1 year, ever since the New Dawn administration of President Hakainde Hichilema took over governance of this country. I must state at the outset, Madam Chairperson, that in supporting this vote, it is worthwhile to recognize that the public service broadcasters that this ministry superintends over are the most reliable sources of information in any country, including ours. And that is the reason why we must all come together to support the vote of this ministry so that we continue to have reliable information. This is more so important at this critical time when social media has gone awash, misleading citizens and suspecting citizens on critical national issues. We need a voice of last resolve, which is the public media, for which this ministry supervises. And therefore, I wish to place on record that the public broadcasters, and indeed public tabloids, have continued to play a critical but different role under this administration. I do not wish to go political, but just to remind myself that not too long ago, the public media under this ministry during the reign of our colleagues, the previous administration, were reduced to a mouthpiece for the ruling party, day in, day out. News was predictable. You knew who was going to be the headline, the second item, the third, the fourth. You knew everything. If the opposition were to be covered, they will first bring, it was in the negative. All that is now a thing of the past. And congratulations, Honorable Minister, for giving and allowing the public media to operate within the framework of their original mandate and not a political mandate. This is what we needed. And this is what the New Dawn administration, in the opposition as UPND, promised to free the media space. Today, Madam Chairperson, you will not be surprised. You go to ZNBC News, even before news, and I have this in mind, when my mother, the former First Lady, was appearing at DEC, ZNBC was transmitting live. Under our colleagues, the PF, the entire crew would have been retired before they reached ZNBC studios. They would have been retired in national interest. That is the history of where we are coming from in terms of the public media. Now, clearly, there is demonstrable political will to ensure that the public media can operate as a fourth estate, one that is being used as a marketplace for politicians to sell their ideas so that the citizens and the electorates can inform their choices when elections come. This is how it should be. Madam Chairperson, we have also seen freed professional space at these public service broadcasters. Today, Madam Chairperson, you can tune into ZNBC News, and the main headline is about an opposition leader criticizing government over fuel hike fluctuations, that there is no business predictability. That was never heard of under the previous administration. Now, this professionalism that has been introduced in the public service broadcasters has now encouraged the business community to place their adverts more, because they know that the viewership of the public service broadcasters is expanding. And I will not be far from the truth in suggesting that presently the public service broadcasters like ZNBC enjoy such an unprecedented, huge following. Each time it's news time, everyone, both ruling and opposition, who want to listen to ZNBC News because they know they have equal coverage. This is very important because it allows that institution to bring in capital for them to run as a viable entity, unlike just using them to promulgate and propagate political lining when in fact contrary to the views of the people on the ground. It is also worth noting, Madam Chairperson, and thanking the public service broadcasters for doing what they are doing, allowing the opposition to be heard. Because when the opposition are heard and provide credible checks and balances to the executive, it helps the citizens who are voiceless to participate in the governance of their country, and also give an opportunity for the executive in time to be able to look out for those issues that they are being forewarned. It is dangerous to close up the public media from covering divergent views, especially from the opposition, because the only time you hear the genuine views of the people, it is in the ballot, and it's too late to appreciate and make amends. So, we are very elated, and I am happy to support this budget. Madam Chairperson, I also want to indicate that the much talked about access to information bill, which this House has been debated, for it to come to fruition, requires consultations and other processes and logistics that require funding. That is why we must all support the vote of this ministry. There are concerns that I have heard about certain appointments at this ministry. Madam Chairperson, what we are talking about is not an individual. We are talking about a ministry. And this is a ministry which is key in disseminating information, including information to do with the fight against corruption. The fight against corruption cannot be won when you have a muzzled media. We want to thank President HH and my honorable colleague for allowing the public media to be a true vehicle for democracy's growth and development. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kampiongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for giving the people of Shuangani also a chance to make comments on 826. Madam Speaker, we are appropriating some funds to this very important ministry, which is responsible for disseminating information to our citizens. And I must say that we have always said information is power, and information allows people to make informed decisions. Honorable Minister, you are the government mouthpiece, and I'm happy that the previous speaker who just finished speaking has also got another role of speaking for the party you belong to. The money we are allocating to your ministry today is to ensure that you, who has got a cross-cutting responsibility of the entire cabinet, is supposed to make sure that you coordinate with all your colleagues in cabinet to understand all the portfolio functions of your cabinet and ensure that you give information to the people. That's why you are the one who sits in cabinet. And I want to stress this point, that we want to see an organized ministry. When you are representing government, you as government spokesperson, you have got responsibilities. We don't expect other offices which have got no mandate to disseminate information on behalf of the ministry to be the extra mouthpieces. You have a directorate, and I don't think I'll be very reluctant to support an allocation to that directorate. I don't know whether it's for filing of the filers. You need to manage that directorate as minister, because you are the one in charge and your controlling officer. If it's your desire that you want to have extra voices, make sure that those extra voices are coordinated properly. We don't want, and that's why, you should understand, for someone to go to the level of director, these are people that are coming from the mainstream as civil servants. To get political figures to the director level is a suicidal move, which should be avoided. We have a competent mouthpiece for the party, and there must be a distinction for the mouthpiece of the party in government and you as the government functionary. There must be that distinction. And so, as we give you the resources, we want to see an organized Ministry of Information and Media. Organized. It shouldn't be a disorganized ministry. You have got an extra responsibility, Minister. Where information is lacking, it's you who should have an ear to the ground. What are people saying pertaining to local government? What are people saying pertaining to Ministry of Home Affairs, for example, where there are information gaps? You have got officers that are attacked in a village, and then you have got people saying, it's Nyau, it's Gulewa Mkulu, who did what? Yours is to quickly, when you are talking about suspects, that Grover did our own men and women in uniform. So what I'm saying is that yours is to make sure that you alert your colleagues and say, look, we need to fill this gap. We need to churn out this information. There is need. There's a cry from the public
to know what is exactly obtaining on this matter. So yours is a cross-cutting responsibility that you have. And it's important that you coordinate with your colleagues in cabinet. Agriculture, for example, people are crying. Who has received fertilizer? Who hasn't received input? What information do we need to churn out so that the people can appreciate what is going on in government? So you have to make sure that you coordinate these programs effectively. My colleagues briefly spoke about social media. Minister, you need to collaborate with your counterpart, information and technology, and your colleague sitting next to you, responsible for communications. Minister, this issue of social media and the mainstream media must be managed properly, because if we don't, all of you will be bombarded. And you know, the bullying that goes on social media has got no boundaries. You have seen a number of your ministers who are being bullied. Right, left, and center. You know, I'm saying this.
Order, honorable member. The honorable member for Kafue, you haven't indicated for a point of order. I can't see you.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I actually rarely stand on a point of order, and I've been trying to follow the debate by my colleague from Shuangandu, and he sounds to me like he is actually debating the minister and not the budget. Is he in order, Madam Speaker, to continue referring to the minister in his budget instead of focusing his debate on the ministry? I thank you.
What breach has been
obviously number
cited
65,
a
Madam
breach?
Speaker? Thank you.
Mr. Kampyongo, my ruling is that Mr. Kampyongo has brought out a number of issues. There was only one part that I heard him clearly talk about the clear identification between the party spokesperson and the Minister of Information. The other issues, there were a lot of issues that he mentioned pertaining to the ministry. So I don't think the Honorable Minister was just talking about the Minister of Information. So the Honorable Member, Mr. Kampyongo, was actually not out of order. However, Mr. Kampyongo, can you please be a bit focused as you are winding up your debate to the head on the floor? You may continue.
Appreciate Madam Chairperson. Obviously, I know the honorable colleague is under pressure. Kafue is under fire. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson.
Honorable Minister, I don't think there is pressure. Can you please withdraw that statement and
Madam
just
Speaker,
continue?
I withdrew. She's my sister, and that's why I raised the point of order when I saw some disturbances in our constituencies. But that's said. I want to focus. Madam Speaker, I was just about to acknowledge the point that was delivered by my colleague, the minister responsible for Southern Province. Social media versus the mainstream media. It's very important that the honorable minister, working together with other ministers, they find a way of managing this cyberspace, or else it's a recipe for anarchy, Madam Speaker. And I was talking about some of our colleague members of the cabinet who are always bombarded. And if we don't get concerned with such developments, then we don't know what it is to have a government in place. So, Minister, coordinate with your colleague, Minister responsible for technology and communications. Honorable Minister, the issue of violence against the media personnel, if it was yesterday or today, must not be allowed. You ensure that in as much as the resources you have allocated to MISA, which is your institution responsible for managing these outlets and media institutions, you make sure that you give them enough resources to ensure that we don't see your media people working under threat. The development we witnessed recently in Mazabuka, or in Petaoke rather, is undesirable. And so if it happened in the past, it shouldn't be allowed and tolerated even in the current time. There's so much talk about access. I wish I had enough time to talk about the Access to Information Bill. But you have some of the institutions that are folding up. Zambia Print Park, for example. Minister, ensure that as people who are working for those important institutions, they are not driven into destitution as you are allowing those institutions to fold up. Lastly, we want to emphasize this issue of the new directorate, which is, I don't know whether it's a directorate without portfolio functions, because it plays general role. Please manage it to stop filing, just filing to filer. It's not necessary. We want unity in this country, and we want responsible people that should be speaking on behalf of the government. Madam Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have to make progress. We've had a lot of debaters on this head. I'll ask the Honorable Minister of Information and Media to wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank all the honorable members that have debated on this head. And indeed, I have taken note of all your issues that you have raised, and I will address some of them or all of them if time permits. I would like to start with Honorable Mpundu, who debated yesterday, Member of Parliament for Nkana, on us being proactive in engaging the public so that there is no void. And Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I would just like to respond to the Member of Parliament that indeed as a broadcaster, national broadcaster, would like to respond as promptly as possible. But there are some challenges that we may face in responding very promptly as expected by the public. And the delays in the ministry is that we need to verify the information. We need to make sure that that information is accurate before we can disseminate the information. Whilst our colleagues on social media can easily pick up a phone and write anything, but as a public broadcaster, we need to make sure that all information is verified. Another issue that was brought by the minister to this August House was on the position of the spokesperson in my ministry. And Madam Chairperson, I think that is the debate from most of the debaters, that they are concerned, especially the people on my left, that they are concerned with that position. I just want to make a clarity on this. And the clarity I would like to put across is that the office of the director spokesperson is legally constituted. It's a legally constituted office under my ministry, which is the Ministry of Information and Media, and falls under the permanent secretary's supervision. So I hope I have been able to clarify that, Madam Speaker. And also, I would just like to tell the House that as a new Dawn government, as well as the Ministry of Information and Media, is that we are committed to freedom of media. And that is why, from the time that we came into office, you have not seen not even a single closure of any media office. And indeed, I agree with the member that social media is being abused. And we have seen that even from just the immediate debater, Honorable Kampiongo. We've heard even from him as well as the minister, as the member of parliament that debated yesterday, that media, social media in particular, is being abused. And the abuse, we have seen it on hate speech. We have seen falsehoods, not only on ministers, but prominent people in the country. And that has been a concern for all of us. And we know that most of those people that are actually using that or abusing that social media are being paid, unfortunately. They are being paid to discredit this government. They are being paid to discredit and give falsehoods about ministers as well as prominent people in this country. So, having said that, Madam Speaker, social media currently is not regulated. But I want to send a warning to those people that are abusing social media and using it for the wrong reasons, that there is a cyber law of 2021 that is in place. And they need to acquaint themselves with that law so that they stop abusing social media. Our member also spoke about the content, and I want to assure our member that I will work with the Ministry of Arts. As Ministry of Arts, we'll work in collaboration with ourselves, or we'll work in collaboration with them to make sure that we bring the local content as it was in the past. Then we had some concerns from Honorable Mutaya Chalo, and I want to thank him for appreciating the critical role that the ministry actually is playing in developing the nation through dissemination of information to the whole country. And that is between ourselves as government and the public. As it was earlier mentioned by Honorable Kampiongo and also Honorable Mutaya Chalo himself, indeed, information is power. And it is important that as a Ministry of Information, we should be able to give information, like I earlier alluded to, information that is going to be accurate and verified, and we hope that our colleagues out there would do the same as well. The poor conditions of service. Madam Chairperson, I am fully aware, my ministry is fully aware of the poor conditions that our colleagues are subjected to. Some of them today get 500 kwacha per month. Some of them have not been paid for the past 7 months. And we are fully aware of that, and that is why the Minister of Labour and I took it upon ourselves, and indeed, we have engaged our colleagues. We will not relent. We will carry on with this route that we have taken with the Minister of Labour, and we will definitely make sure that this is something of the past. He also mentioned on the interactions with the media houses. I think that is something that we've already done. We've engaged the media houses. If we have been following, just a few weeks ago, I had a meeting with media houses, as well as the President had a meeting at State House with the media owners. So we have been engaging them, and we hope that we shall carry on with those engagements. The growth on the media industry. Madam Chairperson, I would like to also categorically state that it is important that the Zambians know that we have a dedicated channel to disseminate information for the government. As we all are aware that ZANIS is a mouthpiece of the government, and therefore we have dedicated a channel, which is Channel 6 on Topstar. And that is something that people need to also start taking interest in, and also to know that the channel is under test transmission. I also took note of Honorable Fube on the budget, that the budget has been stagnant and has not increased the IBA budget. But I would like my colleague to go to the yellow book, and he will actually notice that the budget has increased. Then we had Honorable from Mlovezi. Budget has, who actually spoke to the budget have increased by at 100%, and that shows that he actually had a look at that yellow book. And what I would just like to mention to my colleagues is that we need to take heed that Rome was not built in one day. And therefore, the Ministry of Information will not be able to do everything in a day, but one step at a time. And I think we are heading in the right direction. We will be purchasing the equipments which have made our colleagues, especially those in the districts, look like they're not doing anything. We've had a lot of complaints and say, Minister, can you move this person because they're not doing anything? It is not because they are not efficient, or it is not because they cannot do the work, but they do not have the equipment to actually do that work. But now with this budget, we will be able to get that equipment for them, and you will be able to see that they're actually efficient. The IBA board began its works. I want to also speak to that the IBA should be able to engage the public, and indeed the IBA has already started engaging the public. I know they have been to Western Province, and I know they have been to a few places. Then access to information. Access to information is still in its draft form and undergoing consultations with different stakeholders. And once the exercise is completed, I can assure you that it will be brought to Parliament. It will first have to go to Cabinet. From Cabinet, it will be brought to Parliament. That is something that the President had actually promised even the time that we were in opposition, and we will definitely bring it. Anything that we promise in the opposition will be brought and will be done. We are a government that delivers, and we shall deliver the access to information.
Order, Honorable Minister, your time is up. Head number 26, Ministry of Information and Media, head total 122,986,916. Any debate? Any objection? The question is that head 26, Ministry of Information and Media, head total 122,986,916 kwacha stands part of the estimates. Ms. Nyerenda?
Chair had indicated to debate, but it's gone.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm drawing the attention of the Minister to page 283, Program 3499, Management and Support Services. I will have just two clarifications on there before I move to the next one, so there will be three. Sub-program 02001 under 3499. You've got salaries and wages. Last year, you had an allocation of 3,365,887 kwacha. You are proposing to spend this year 10,946,917 kwacha. What has necessitated this huge increase? Are you increasing the number of personnel, or it has something to do with increased personal emoluments? That's one. The next one is on outstanding bills. 01. You only allocated 102,009 kwacha in this year's budget, and next year you I've only allocated 400, of course it's an increase, 440,433 kwacha. What kind of bills, Honorable Minister, are you dealing with these allocations? The last one is program 3499, under the same, on the same page, management and support services. You have got this program 001, executive office management, where you have had no allocation in 2021. 2022 there was nothing, and all of a sudden this year we have got 472,000 kwacha. Is this the one for the new directorate? We would like you to shed more light on this expenditure. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I would like to indicate that this budget that has increased was sitting at Ministry of Information and Media, and that's 3449. 3449. This was sitting at the Ministry of Information, and the reason of this increment is that it is no longer sitting at the Ministry of Finance, but now has moved to the Ministry of Information. That is why you are seeing that this budget has increased. And this budget was not budgeted for, and it was not budgeted for in 2022, because the 2022 budget was the second budget for the Ministry of Information and Media, and therefore we requested that it comes to the Ministry of Information and Media, and that is why, from Ministry of Finance to Ministry of Information, and that is why you're seeing that increment in that budget, I think.
Anything on the outstanding bills? I hope
Precisely, Madam Chairperson, I think you are being helpful to me, because I'm just assuming the Minister was responding to the very last one I asked about this executive office management, which she's saying has been budgeted for only this year at her ministry. But the first two ones, if just in case she has forgotten, on the same page, under program 3499, 3499, you are there?
Honorable Member Mr. Kamchongo and all the other honorable members, I think if we ask so many questions at one time, we might confuse the honorable ministers. It's very important that we take one question at a time, just to avoid any delays or misunderstanding, or maybe the minister hasn't gotten you. So can we stick to one question at a time? You can go ahead, so that is your last question.
Madam Chairperson, this has been the practice, and I'm happy that the honorable members sitting next to the minister knows this very well. These two clarifications I'm seeking, Madam Speaker, are under program 3499, salaries and wages. My question on that expenditure was, last year there was an approved amount of, for this year rather, this year's budget, 3,365,887 kwacha. Now there is a proposed expenditure of 10,946,917 kwacha. My question was, is this increment as a result of increased number of personnel, or we expect some increased figures in terms of personal movement? And the last one on that program was about the bills, 0001 program. where this year's allocation is 102,009 kwacha. Next year, there's a proposal to spend 440,438 kwacha. So I was seeking to know what kind of bills these are and why there is this increment. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, the increment of about 45% is aimed at improving efficiency and effectiveness in the Ministry of Information and the management and administration functions through training and other national events. And then to answer on the bills, Madam Speaker, in my responses, as I was responding to the members of parliament that had debated, I think I had mentioned that they will have a number of bills coming through, and one of them being access to information bill. And as you are aware, Madam Chairperson, is that access to information bill, we need to engage stakeholders and their funds involved. And as Honourable Member of Parliament for Choma, as well as Provincial Minister for Southern Province, had debated that for us to pass these bills, we need funds, and that's exactly what we need these funds for, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kafwaya.
Madam Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, on page 279 of the Yellow Book, program number 3446, Public Relations. There was nothing in the previous 2 years, but you are proposing to spend 912,000 kwacha. I'm just wondering, Honorable Minister, whether this relates to the Directorate of Spokesperson. I would like to find out how many employees are under that directorate to consume this amount of money, if that is where it is going. But even if not, I would like to know how many employees are under that department. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, it is for the position of spokesperson, and currently we have one, because we did not have funds then to actually employ his subordinates. But because now this, yes, Honorable Kafai. Yes, indeed, once this budget has been approved, he will not be spokesperson of one, but he'll have many behind him.
Mr. Fube.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was following the debate of the Minister, where she referred to my debate yesterday about the allocation to IBA. And she said that, unlike what I stated, that the budget was static, I wouldn't have read the budget. I would like to bring to our attention on page 279, under program 3446 on transfers. You see that in 2021, the budget was 16,080,000 kwacha. In 2022, the budget was 23,080,000 kwacha. In 2023, the budget was 23,080,000 kwacha. And that's exactly what I referred to when I used the word static for the 2 years, because I compared 2022 and 2023. I just wanted that to be on record, Madam Speaker, because the insinuation was that I didn't read the budget.
There is no question, it was just a comment. Mr. Chisenga. Mr. Chisanga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, for me, it's just clarification on program 3499 on page 283, Madam Chair, and table 5. There is an expense for planning and policy and coordination. The expense is, the previous expense was 3.639077. It is intended to spend 25.319 676. I just want to find out what policies and coordination this refers to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, there is an increment on the stated yes, on planning and policy coordination. I think, as you may be aware, we had provincial studios that were supposed to be constructed in the country. And because we believed that some of these studios were in the strongholds of UPND, and therefore we decided not to construct those studios. And these are studios in Solwezi and also a studio in Southern Province. And that allocation was allocated solely to those that supported the past, correct, administration. And that is why this budget has increased with 20 million going for the construction of the broadcasting studios for southern and northwestern provinces, that is in Choma and Solwezi. So that is the increments that we are seeing there, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mungandu.
Thank you. Madam Chairperson, I need to be protected from the Honorable Minister for Northwestern Province. He's attacking me.
Please go straight into your question.
Thank you. Madam Chairperson, program number 3499, page 283. The last one, outstanding bills. I'm seeking clarity from the Minister. In her response, she referred to the bills in terms of the Acts of Parliament. Freedom of Information Bill. Is this referring to the outstanding bills as in arrears in terms of payment, or the bills as she referred to them, Acts of Parliament? I just want to seek that clarity so that I can explain to the people of Chama South what this expenditure is all about. I thank you.
I'm sure the Minister was loud and clear. The Honorable Minister of Information and Media.
Madam Chairperson, I think I did adequately answer it. Thank you.
Mr. Mungandu, the Honorable Minister answered to say that these are bills that will be brought to this House. She will need stakeholders to attend to those bills. I think that's what the Minister said. Unless if you are disagreeing with what the Minister said. No, you can't explain. That is what we are getting from the Minister. Mr. Kafwaya.
Madam Chairperson, thank you so much. Madam Chairperson, when I asked the Honorable Minister a question concerning Program 3446, she confirmed that this amount relates to the department or directorate where there is a director spokesperson. I take note that in the previous 2 years, there has been no money, and yet the director has been in employment. Madam Chairperson, what necessitated the Ministry of Information and Media to create a department without resources, and where has this director been drawing a salary for all this time that he has been employed? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Media.
Madam Chairperson, this is a budget that we are talking about for 2023. And when we are given a wish list as a ministry or a wish budget, we sit down with our technocrats and look at where we need to put the money. And that's exactly what we looked at. We knew that the spokesperson has to go countrywide to speak, and therefore he cannot move without any logistics. And that is why that money was put, so that he's able to work accordingly, because he cannot work without funds. And that is the more reason why we have put those monies in that budget, so that we can cater for the spokesperson. I thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll take the last one, Mr. Kasandwe.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I just wanted to get further clarification from the Minister whether the studios in Solwezi and Choma were built before 2021 respectively. That is a clarification I'm seeking, because I didn't get her clear what she said, whether they are building them now or they were built before 2021. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, they were started by our colleagues, and they left them at slab level. They were slab level, and as I speak, Madam Chairperson, they've been abandoned and they've been vandalized. And this is why the New Dawn government has taken it upon themselves that because you believe that those studios should not be constructed due to political inclination or whatever you would have called it yourselves, that is why we have taken it up, so that the people also can be served like the other people in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that Head 26, Minister of Information and Media, Head total 122,986,916 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 26, Minister of Information and Media, Head total 122,986,916 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. Honorable members, with prior authority of Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 55-1, Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President, will be considered now. After its conclusion, the House will then proceed to consider Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development. We now proceed to Head number 78. Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President, Her Honor the Vice President, Policy Statement.
Chairperson, may I express profound gratitude for the privilege to address this august House on the occasion of presenting estimates of expenditure for Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Service, Office of the President for the year 2023. Chairperson, the institution under consideration draws its mandate from Article 193, Sub-Article 3A of the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia, as read together with Section 6(1) of the Zambia Security Intelligence Service Act number 14 of 1998. You may wish to know that the Zambia Security Intelligence Service carries out its mandate by undertaking intelligence and counterintelligence operations to prevent any person from suspending, overthrowing, or illegally abrogating the Republican Constitution. It is, therefore, my petition that this House provides support to the institution to effectively execute its mandate. Mission statement: to provide accurate and timely intelligence on threats to national security in order to protect the Constitution and economic well-being of Zambia. Goal statement: in accordance with the mission statement, the institution's goal statement is efficient and effective provision of intelligence for the general well-being of the people of Zambia. Overview of 2022 budget performance. Chairperson, the Zambia Security Intelligence Service budget performance for 2022 has so far been satisfactory. You may wish to note that the 2022 approved estimates stood at 962,976 kwacha, 976,051 kwacha. The Zambia Security Intelligence Service has continued to receive the necessary budgetary support from the central government, a situation that has enabled the institution to function effectively and efficiently in accordance with its mandate. We are mindful of the ever-changing threats to national security, such as economic sabotage, cybercrime, terrorism, and other activities which may be inimical to the state. Hence, the need for the government to continue providing adequate funding to the Zambia Security Intelligence Service to enable it to, among other things, enhance its operational capacity through utilization of modern information and communication technology. Chairperson, you may also wish to be wary of the fact that the operations of the institution under consideration are sensitive in nature, and therefore caution should be taken as this august House debates the proposed budget in order to avoid jeopardizing the security of the nation. Budget estimates for 2023. Chairperson, as I present the 2023 budget estimates for the Zambia Security Intelligence Service, may I state that, devoid of peace, the 8th National Development Plan, as well as the theme for the 2023 national budget, which is stimulating economic growth for improved livelihoods, will prove difficult to actualize. In this regard, the Zambia Security Intelligence Service plays a critical role in the preservation of peace by collecting, correlating, and evaluating intelligence relevant to the security and interest of the Republic. It is for this reason that the government must continue to render the much needed resources to this key institution. Chairperson, allow me at this juncture to draw the attention of this august House to the proposed 2023 budget estimates for the Zambia Security Intelligence Service. The 2023 budget estimates stand at 1,386,104,046 kwacha, which represents a significant increase of 43.94% from the 2022 approved estimates. The institution is grateful to the government for this marked increase in budgetary allocation, which will go a long way in the execution of its mandate. As I conclude, Chairperson, allow me to reiterate our commitment as government in ensuring that the intelligence service meets the expectations of our citizens. It is only through sufficient funding to this vital institution that its obligations can be met. I, therefore, appeal to this august House to fully support the 2023 budget estimates for the Zambia Security Intelligence Service. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kambita.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity to debate the head for Zambia Security Intelligence Services. This is one budget line, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, which is not very easy to debate because we have very little details about what goes on out there. For those of us who come from Northwestern, who practice the Mukanda camp ceremony, who realize, who know that at Mukanda, women do not go there. Those who have not been to Mukanda also do not, Mukanda is actually a traditional ceremony, initiation ceremony for boys. Those who haven't been to Mukanda will not know what happens at Mukanda. And only those who actually are ascribed to be at Mukanda will know what happens there at Mukanda. So even as we debate out here, we are debating like those who are not privileged to be at Mukanda because we don't know what goes on in there.
Remember, I don't think Mukanda is in the head that is on the floor.
Madam Speaker, I am simply trying to give an example of how difficult it is to debate this head. The reasons are simple. Of course, the activities that have been budgeted for cannot be itemized in detail. I think that's my line of thought. I hope it is appreciated. So I'll attempt to mention a few things as a layman who is outside of the circle of this intelligence service. Madam Speaker, I heard through the Vice President's policy statement talk about the accuracy and timely of information, security information that these people provide. To start with, I would like to support the budget. I would prefer, because of the limitations of the information of what they actually do in there in terms of the nitty-gritties, I would have loved to itemize and I would want them to get a higher budget. But I'll simply mention a few things that I thought may not be going right in our country or in this part of the world. Sometimes security institutions end up not focusing on the broader picture for the well-being of everyone. We end up having situations where things are targeted at individuals. And even if it is important in terms of how they operate, the bigger picture is more important. There are some situations which would actually threaten the peace and the well-being of masses, and sometimes they are let go without them being dealt with. Why? Because of inadequate information that comes to those who make decisions. And decision makers are right here, the executive especially, are given that mandate to make decisions, especially through the president. But what information trickles down to those who finally make that decision because of the mandate they have been given by the people who voted for them is very important. It must be accurate. It must be relevant for decision making, and those decisions must benefit many. It must not be targeted at enhancing an individual's benefits at the expense of the masses. That's the reason to why I needed to state some of these issues that as we approve this budget, let these people's work be targeted at the enhancement of improving the lives of everyone. Talking about that, I'm thinking about a lot of finances which will be disbursed for various programs in the economy. I'm thinking of councils. There is a lot of, polarity in the councils where funds just link just like that. Until we have the Auditor General visit these institutions, that's when we get to know about it, that there was something going wrong. But you see, such crimes can also be stopped if intelligence information is trickling to the right place. That's the reason to why these people have limitations sometimes. They might get this information, but it's because of the finances that they have that they are limited to actually providing this important information that will help us to make decisions, the right decisions. Therefore, we expect them to be fully financed. In the olden days, in the Kaunda days, the UNIP days, so to speak, when we were very young, this particular vote used to receive enough funding. I used to see them really flourish. They had proper transport, and the officers who worked there, you would tell that these people are well financed. Somewhere, somehow, that was lost, especially in the previous regime, where these people were just reduced to ordinary civil servants. We need to up the game. We need to improve the conditions of these people who work in that difficult job. We need to also make sure that their operations are appropriately financed, so that wherever they need to pick the information, they should be present. Yes, I'm aware that they try within their limits to be present everywhere. But I'm not very sure if they can get what is happening in Katontu, in case some people are invading there through Angola and the like. But all that requires money. Even if they were to work through some proxies, it requires money. And that money is from this same budget line. Therefore, this budget line must be adequate enough to finance every of their operation to ensure that every one of us is protected in terms of our security. Most importantly is prevention of crime. And prevention of crime should not just be these white-collar crimes because somebody is politically aligned. No. There's a lot that is going on in these government offices, including these directors. And we know also that there's some collusion which goes on. We have also situations where people create cartels. Already we are grappling with this issue of the Farmer Input Support Program, which is really, we are struggling with. We don't know what is happening. As much as we get these updates, the updates are not really adding up. So there's a lot of things that we need to know. And these people have got a big job to find out what is really happening. If it is people colluding to economically sabotage the economy through cartels and the like, we should know. And these people should be named so that we know where the problem is. Madam Speaker, I thought I should make mention of some of these things, especially on a current situation, which I believe, especially on the fertilizer issue, it looks like there's a cartel which is colluding to try and embarrass the government. These people have got a big role to play in that, to make sure that we know what is going on. Madam Speaker, my time is up, but I thought I should mention of those things which are important, which these people should focus on. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think we heard from Her Honor the Vice President that this is a bit sensitive. So if we are not sure of what to talk about, let's just limit to what we know. And I'm going to pick just a few members. Mr. Chibuye.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice to this very, very important aid. And as guided, Madam Chairperson, I'll try by all means to stick to your guidance. Madam Chairperson, this is a very sensitive head indeed, and as enshrined in the Constitution, this is the head that actually takes care of both the internal and the national security of our country. Madam Chairperson, I want to agree that this budget is somehow okay, but if I were to add my voice adequately, I would say that this amount allocated to this vote or to this aid is not sufficient. Madam Chairperson, We are all aware that our country from independence has been known to be a very peaceful nation. Reasons is because this important institution has been alert all the time. Madam Speaker, I want to draw the attention of this august House that from the time, as the previous debater said, during the First Republic, we are all aware that our Republican President had actually concentrated on a lot of dedication to this aid. Madam Chairperson, a lot of issues in this country that could have happened and destabilized the peace of this nation were sorted because of the intelligence system of this nation. We are aware of some coups that were almost being executed, but they could not take place because they were sorted even when they were planned outside the borders of this country. It was because of the alertness of this institution. Madam Chairperson, I am also delighted and alert that 1.3 billion that has been allocated to this institution, we are being told that the allocation will entirely be for specialized and technical services. This means, Madam Chairperson, that we need our personnel in this institution to be well security internally. We are talking of threats that might even come from outside across our borders. And this is the institution that will make sure that we continue enjoying the peace that we've been enjoying, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I also want to say that there are so many things happening. As I've said, that we are living in a global world. Cybercrime can destabilize the economies of this country, and it's only this institution that can help and alert the powers that be. I also want to mention, Madam Chairperson, that in as much as we are allocating this appropriation to this aid, it is important, Madam Chairperson, that we look at the human resource. They need to be motivated because what they are dealing with is they may fall trap to temptations. We need to motivate the human resource personnel of this institution, and we also need to, from time to time, expose them to the current technology that is taking place in this world. Madam Chairperson, I also want to say that the appropriate technology must be a subject to our human personnel of the Intelligence Security Service. Away from that, I also want to add my voice and urge this House that as we support this aid, we also need to appreciate the fact that this is the head that takes care of every one of us. And as such, we need to be sober in the manner that we do things. We should not be provocative just to see the reaction of this institution. In the same vein, I would want to urge the institution to up the game and make sure that they do their job without any fear, without any favor, and without any consideration in as long as someone has broken the rules of the game. Madam Chairperson, in my conclusion, I want to urge everyone to support this very important aid. And I want to repeat that it is important that from time to time, let us try by all means to send and expose our officers in this sector, in this service, to the latest development of technology that is taking place today in the world. Otherwise, we shall remain behind, lagging in a lot of things. Madam Chairperson, I would want to thank you for allowing me to add the voice, knowing that we are dealing with the sensitive ministry, our department. I just want to say that I fully support this aid, and if anything, we need to add some more money so that we can even have equipment that will make sure it makes easier job of this department. Madam Chairperson, I thank you very much.
Mr. Mtale.
Madam Speaker, for sure this head is sensitive in nature, but we have no option as Parliament. We need to allocate money to them, and we have to debate it and to ensure that the required services are offered to the Zambians and in fact, the President and the Presidency. Madam Speaker, I am aware that as much as we need the services of this very important institution, we need to help our men and women who offer these services. They have a challenge in terms of tools and equipment, especially in rural districts, where they only have maybe one motor vehicle, and you look at the vastness of a particular district, it becomes a challenge for them to meet their targets. Madam Speaker, the happenings in Katete, if our people were well equipped, that incident should have been avoided. But it's a matter of lacking of enough equipment for them to do and deal with matters in time and at the required time. Madam Speaker, I am very much aware that this institution plays a very vital role in terms of advising the presidency. We would also like to urge that our officers who are appointed to be and to hold these institutions, in this institution, are of high credibility so that they don't mislead and misdirect the presidency. Because, Madam Speaker, it is from this institution that we might have the presidency misdirected, if not well harnessed. I've noted, Madam Speaker, there is a minimal increase in the funds that have been allocated to this institution. I hope the money will be put to good use, and the targeted area where they want to amplify training of specialized nature is achieved. And Madam Speaker, it is of vital knowledge to know that the institution must expand its wings so that each and every part of Zambia is well catered for. Madam Speaker, being a sensitive institution, I won't say much. May I end by thanking you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think we need to make progress. Since this is a sensitive matter, we have to close it there. I'm going to invite Her Honor the Vice President to wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I just want to stand and thank the honorable members that have debated this head. Indeed, we have heard from literally all of them, other than those who may have found some gaps. And even in the operation, I'm sure you have seen that we can just go, the wrong way. But I totally appreciate that the members do appreciate the sensitivity of this head and have chosen to be very cautious in the manner we bring out information. But I am very, very grateful, and thank you for the support. Madam, I thank you.
Thank you. Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President, head total 1,386,104,046 kwacha. Any debate, any objection? The question is that head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President, head total 1,386,104,046 kwacha stands part of the estimates. There is no one indicating. I put the question. The question is that head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President, head total 386,104,046 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President, head total 1,386,104,046 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 35. Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development, General Policies Debate. The Honorable Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise Development, Policy Statement.
Madam Chairperson, I am glad to be given this opportunity to present the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development policy statement on the estimates of revenue for the period 1st January to 1st December 2023. Madam Chairperson, I wish to appreciate the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance and National Planning, Dr. Msokotwani Stumbeko MP, for the 2023 budget, which clearly show a further enhanced commitment by government towards the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises and cooperatives in the country. Chairperson, in order to promote the economic diversification agenda of the New Dawn government, my ministry contributes to the economic transformation and job creation. My ministry focuses on the promotion of small and medium enterprises and cooperatives development so as to create jobs and hence wealth creation across the country. According to Gazette number 1123 of 2021, the portfolio function of my ministry are as follows: cooperative development, 2, small and medium enterprise incubation, small and medium enterprises mentorship, loans, incentives, and credit schemes. 4, small and medium enterprise policy, and 5, small and medium scale enterprise development. Madam Chairperson, in the year 2022, the budget allocation is 414 million kwacha. I wish to inform the honorable members that government will continue to support MSMEs and cooperatives and has allocated 501 million kwacha for the year 2023. This means the budget has been increased by 21%. Madam Chairperson, the New Dawn government accepts that the SMEs and cooperatives are key players in the economic transformation of the country. The ministry, through this budget, we will ensure that government meets their needs by undertaking policy, legal, and institutional reforms. Madam Chairperson, allow me to update the House on what the ministry undertook in the year 2022. Online cooperative registration services. The ministry established the online registration of cooperatives in the country in its quest to transform the manner in which cooperatives are registered. I wish to state that the online registration is being run together with the manual system to accommodate those who are in the rural areas. From the time the online system was introduced, a total of 1,777 cooperative certificates have been issued countrywide. A further 24,070 772 cooperatives were registered and issued with cooperatives before the new system was introduced, bringing the total number of cooperatives registered for the period September 2021 to August 2022 to 26,549. Promotion of non-agriculture cooperatives. A total of 142 non-agricultural cooperatives were registered. These cooperatives are promoting small-scale mining, savings and credit, construction and tourism, among others. The promotion of non-agricultural cooperatives is key to ensure cooperatives operate in other economic sectors rather than agriculture. Madam Chairperson, creation of market linkages. To address the challenge of access to market, more than 681 cooperatives were linked to major off-takers. The aspect of market access is key for the success of cooperatives. Empowerment for citizens. During the period under review, the ministry, through the Economic Citizen Empowerment Commission, developed 8 tailor-made products responding to the various groups of SMEs and cooperatives. Furthermore, the disbursement of 171.5 million towards the Marketeer Booster loans has been started. This is the first ever empowerment fund that has been targeted this category of our citizens. Madam Chairperson, in the budget 2023, the ministry will focus on the following: revise legal and policy framework. This in order to create a conducive environment for MSMEs and cooperatives. The following will be undertaken: finalize and launch of the policy for SMEs and the National Cooperative Development Policy. We will revise the Citizen Economic Empowerment Act number 9 of 2006 and the Cooperative Society Act number 20 of 1998. Development of SMEs Bill and the establishment of Village Industry Service will be also looked at. We will revise the National Cooperative Strategy. Cooperatives Development and Management. My ministry will promote the growth of cooperatives in all sectors. This will be done through mindset transformation programs for cooperatives to engage in different economic activities rather than just agriculture. Madam Chairperson, this program will also facilitate for the registration and training of cooperatives. In addition, both provincial and district offices will be strengthened to ensure smooth provision of services. In order to fully establish the online registration of cooperatives, the ministry will build capacity in the officers handling the registration process countrywide. In order to actualize this, the ministry has allocated total of 43.1 million. Madam Chairperson, small and medium enterprise development. My ministry will also focus on enterprise development through nurturing of the new businesses as well as supporting the existing ones through the provision of business development services, information dissemination and incubation. In order for this to be done, the ministry has allocated a total of 19.8 million. Small and medium enterprise empowerment. My ministry will continue with empowerment for the purpose of promoting the growth of SMEs and cooperatives through the provision of empowerment funds. In implementing the enterprise and economic empowerment programs, the Citizen Economic Empowerment Commission will continue to be funded. In order for this program to be implemented, the minister has proposed a total of 398.8 8 million. Madam Chairperson, as I conclude, I wish to appeal to all the honorable members of this August House to support my ministry 2023 budget estimates. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, this is a new ministry and I'm happy that there are a lot of people indicating to debate. We shall continue tomorrow for those that will be left behind. We'll start with Mr. Fube.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to, first of all, appreciate that the ministers attended to some of the thoughts that I had, among them market linkages, because currently our nation is resource rich, and we have seen, even from the past governments, that some of the things that we have embarked on are not helpful, especially to our youths. For instance, cash, empowerment has not been helpful, whether through the Minister of Youth, whether through the Minister of Small Scale and Medium Enterprise, will not be helpful. Because what should be proposed, the model that we should use, is that of, for instance, I have witnessed, and I think I've been privileged to be under some of the committees where young people present a very sound project proposal. And that project proposal will be subjected to both desk appraisal as well as field appraisal. They will even go and show you where they will be keeping pigs, and they will build a piggery there. But you give them cash, you find them pushing trolleys in ShopRite with a girlfriend following behind. I want to use two proverbs. I hope that they'll be appreciated within the confinements that I'll use them. That when a mosquito sits on a wrong place, we will learn to know that there are better ways of killing a mosquito. Or you can't kill a mosquito using a muzzleloader. I think I would confine to that. When we look at such, you will not disturb me like that. When we look at such, what I'm trying to underscore, Madam Speaker, on the empowerments, for now, the empowerments that were there that time and now, they are both tokenism and decorative. Why I say so is that they do not have a trickle-down effect on sustenance. Even those empowerments under the CDF, we have seen, you are just from giving a check or something like that, members start fighting in order to share the money. And before you realize, by the time we reach maybe 2026, government would have looked like it has not even invested in anything because people just shared the money at individual level. I want to address the question of cooperatives, especially sitting in the Minister of Commerce as well as the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise. You find that that particular ministry, that particular component, with the creation of this ministry under debate, we had the confusion in the 2022 budget, where the component for cooperatives, actually there was an amendment. I remember I vividly pushed that amendment, which was embroidered in confusion. I think everything that has to do with cooperatives, for us to resonate well, has to be transferred under this particular ministry. So that there is ticking, meaning that even the funding, any basket that has to go towards cooperatives, it should be put under this ministry. Unlike the struggle that is there now, the Ministry of Commerce has to demonstrate its existence. This ministry has to demonstrate its existence. The fact that we have transformed cooperatives from just merely agricultural cooperatives to cooperatives that should transcend through different sectors of life, we need to factor and focus in one ministry. Madam Chairperson, I also want to say that the ministry needs to be tuned to sing a song of economic diversification. Currently, we all know that on the export front, it is just copper that is posting almost 71%. And yet, Zambia still remains resource rich. We have got minerals where young people can be involved, the small mining, where the ministry can buy machinery and invest and monitor, where they have this strong M&E system to monitor those businesses. We have got potential for agriculture. Currently, it's only 15% of our land that we are using for agricultural purposes. And that is a yawning opportunity for young people, which can create employment, especially that this ministry is linked to the pillar that is talking about creating employment. Madam Chairperson, allow me to also address the issue of coordination. The issue of coordination, which I lightly touched on, is this issue. For instance, if a cooperative is receiving money under the CDF, and we have one member possibly sneaking out of that cooperative and applying through the DC and going to the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise to apply as an individual. There is no system that checks who has applied under Minister of Youth, who has applied, especially when it comes to individuals. People are concentrating on cooperatives. But if the individuals are sneaking out from the groups, applying in all these funds, you find that in terms of empowering of our citizens, we'll be going through the same people. So long they know the DC, so long they know they have connections at that level, then they'll find themselves to different ministries and benefiting the same people. So people of Truby would like to call for coordination in that particular area so that at the end of the day, we have got this system. Madam Chairperson, on market linkages, we have talked about the yawning market, about goats in the Arab world and many others. But we have not empowered this ministry to create strong task forces to respond to different economic opportunities. For instance, we would dream of a situation where the ministry has got task forces that is responding to rice production in Kaputa, maybe exploring the cassava production, which in this case gives one of the products, ethanol, alcohol, and many other factors as a finished product. With that kind of value addiction, you find that along the way, the employment creation will simply fall in place. But there must be a deliberate policy to create task forces that should identify economic areas that we can invest in, even with the money that comes, unlike giving young people over the counter the money, which you even know that is going to compete with physiological needs when it reaches home. For instance, if you give a young person who has been crying even over meal, and you give them 5,000 today, the first thing that they're going to attend to is a physiological need. In Salaka Pondo, meaning Madam Chair, that anger is not something to play with. So they will attend to that. They will even attend to fashion. They will attend to a lot more things, sometimes even paying rent, using the money that we have given them for business. Madam Chair, in the interest of time, what I'm trying to underscore is that the money factor should be silenced. We should go into capital equipment as a form of empowerment. The people of Turubi would like to rest their suitcase here.
Thank you, Ms. Halwindi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving people of Kabwe Central constituency time to debate this head. Very important head indeed. First of all, I just want to thank the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and the New Dawn government for coming up with this ministry, which is very important and very strategic in terms of economic development. We all know that SMEs are the drivers of every successful economy because they contribute to job creation and also contribute to the GDP. Madam Chairperson, in our constituency, Kabwe Central constituency, may I say we do not have industries, and the people are depending on the SMEs in terms of job creation. So we want to appeal to the minister to make sure that our people are empowered. And I just want to say thank you to the minister for the recent empowerment program of Market Booster Loan, where we have seen most of our marketers, they are benefiting from this empowerment program. And I'm happy that in the coming this year, 2023, there's a robust program of making sure that our people are empowered, not only marketeers and those who have got small businesses like barber shop owners, saloon owners, the small business people are empowered. And this sits well with also the theme of the budget that we want to make sure that we stimulate the growth through empowerment to improve the livelihood of our people in the communities. Madam Chairperson, I also want to urge the Minister to make sure that in Zambia, we have to make it a program of making sure that we identify the entrepreneurs. Mind you, an SME is different from an entrepreneur, an innovator, a person who is creative. These are two different people. An entrepreneur, a real entrepreneur, or an innovator, the business of this person does not normally die out because they are creative, they know how to improve their products, and these are the people that we will make sure that we identify in Zambia and we support because they will help to make sure that they help in terms of job creation and, as I said earlier on, contribution to the GDP. I can mention in Kabwe we have also young people who are very good even in terms of businesses like coming up with green charcoal, manufacturing wire fences. And also one time I was privileged to be in the office of the minister where we found a young man who came up with a stove that does not produce heat, which is very environmental friendly. And those are the people that we should make sure that we support as a country, because if we can open even in the market from outside the country, make sure that we market such products. It's very, very important to make sure that we support the entrepreneurs or the people who are very innovative. Madam Chairperson, I also want to also urge the Minister. I've heard in this budget that there's also a program to make sure that they incubate our people or train, which is very, very important. We do not want to see a situation where we are empowering our people, meanwhile our people money is just going to consumption, and this can be a drawback for the country. So this program is very, very important to make sure that our people are incubated and trained. The ministry cuts across all ministries. We have got people we are empowering under CDF, the grants that we are giving to our people. It's also the duty to make sure of this ministry, we see to it that people are followed to see what they are doing. But I know that without the personnel in the district under the ministry, it's going to be very difficult. So I was also going to employ people to work with, to follow up with these, our SMEs, make sure that you are employing people who are knowledgeable enough. As I've said, who are also entrepreneurs, who are innovative, who are creative, who will be following up our people to make sure that their businesses do not die out. The program that the government has for our country is very important. As I've said, even this time, the major employers are the SMEs. And we have got a problem right in the country where people are crying for employment. But meanwhile, there are empowerment programs that are there. In the Ministry of Youth, they are there, and CDFs there, in Ministry of SMs, they are there. But if our people are knowledgeable enough that this is where they can get their bread and butter, they can't cry, and we'll have a situation where, as a country, many people will be employed. I'm a proud person, though we do not debate ourselves. I retired when I was 26 years, when I had a very good job as a nurse, because I saw opportunity outside there. Now, many people do not see opportunities, but sometimes we can't blame them because we have not taken a program where we need to, to inform our people of what they can do outside, to open their minds of what they can do. This is very important as a country, and that's the only way we can be very progressive. I'm happy also, I'm still come to the market booster loan. Our women are even sending congratulating messages so that they were suffering. They are going to institutions which were overcharging them. Institutions where our women were not sleeping, waking up 04, just to make sure that they have something at the end of the day. So that weekly they make payments to the institutions where they're getting monies which were charged at a very high interest rate. So as the government says, thank you so much, New Dawn government. You have made our women proud, and they're saying, please send a message to our minister so that we need even more and more empowerment, so that we improve the livelihood of our people, as the theme is for the next year's budget. Madam Chairperson, I just want to say once more, thank you so much. We need more empowerment, especially in my constituency. I've said we don't have industries. We still appeal that we need to make sure that our people are empowered and our people are trained. I want to see a situation where my constituency become a bread basket, because we will employ more people. People will not be crying of being in offices, white-collar jobs. Meanwhile, there are jobs outside there that are there for them, readily available, because the New Dawn government is doing a wonderful job in terms of empowerment. With these few words, I say thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. I say thank you.
Mr. Banda, Petauke Centro.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to add their voice on this head. Madam Chairperson, first I want to thank the Minister for allocating this amount to this ministry, because the good people of Petauke, like the marketeers from Petauke, those who have got less capital, Madam Chairperson, you find that the marketeers got 200 capital, but when she gets sick or he gets sick, you find that he had ordered tomato. The time he will be recovering, you find that that tomato has gotten rotten. Then we won't have any capital. But with this, this increment to this ministry, which means marketeers now will be more empowered. Even if he gets sick or she gets sick, she won't even worry to say, where am I going to get another capital from? Madam Chairperson, when we come to cooperative, in Petauke Central constituency, we have got a lot of cooperative. There are a lot of cooperative, and many of them, they were left out on agriculture, FISIP. But with this allocation, I'm sure they can be empowered. They can be empowered so that they can also venture into fish farming and also into agriculture, whereby we have got a lot of land. But we have got the powerful youths who are just sitting because of lack of capital, Madam Chairperson. So with this, we really support with wholeheartedly. And we have got also youth clubs. Those youth clubs, we have got a lot of youth clubs which have been just sitting without empowerment. But with this increment, I'm sure all those youth clubs now, they'll be happy. And we have got youths also who are graduates from NRDC, who did agriculture, and we have got land, but they don't have capital, so that because they can't all depend on government to be employed. But once they are empowered, they can venture into farming, and they can also help the country also to employ more youths with their knowledge which they acquired from NRDC. We have got also youths who studied health. We have got doctors and health personnel. But with this ministry and this allocation, I'm sure a lot of youths, they can be empowered, and they can also come up with private hospitals, whereby they can also create job opportunity to other doctors and other health personnel, who not all of them they can depend from government. I'm sure you saw when health recruitment, Madam Chairperson, more than 100,000 they applied, but only 11,000 were picked. But these who remain, they can also, once they are empowered with this from this ministry, they can also create job opportunity. They can employ their friends, Madam Chairperson. We have got also youths, Madam Chairperson, from Petauke, who have done teaching. And they can also take advantage of this empowerment from this ministry. They can also, those who are left out, they can also form a company and borrow money and open a private school. That private school can also employ a lot of teachers, those who are left out. And also, they can also reduce even the congestion in these government schools where we have got free education, because There are some also who can manage even to pay to private schools. Not all of them, they deserve free education. Yes, we appreciate with this free education, but there are some also who have been given work by government, who can also manage to take their children to private school. So once they are empowered, they open up more private schools. And also not forgetting taxi drivers. We have got a lot of drivers, youths, who are just sitting marooned in the Petauke constituency. And they can be empowered. Once they're empowered, they'll be able to provide jobs for themselves and also jobs to their fellow drivers. And also even bus drivers, just the same. So the good people of Petauke, we support this heads wholeheartedly, and we invite the minister through you, Madam Chairperson, so that he can come to Petauke. He should start empowering, even as tomorrow he should come, Madam Speaker. We support. Thank you.
Mr. Simushi.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for this opportunity to add a voice on Head 35. To start with, I think I would like to say we support the head wholeheartedly. Madam Chairperson, the Ministry of SME, I think, is very critical to the development of this country, and I would like to commend the President for having introduced this ministry. Most of the developed countries are where they are or are developed to a large extent because they have a strong SME base, which helps in the creation of jobs. It also helps in revenue, tax revenue to those countries. So I think in creating this ministry, I think the head of state was also looking at the fact that we can use a strong SME base in this country to help in the development of our country. Therefore, I'm happy to really have seen an increase in the budgetary allocation to this ministry from 450 million in 2022 to 501 in 2023. I think this is as it should be. But of course, I know I expected that the amount should have really increased significantly. But at the same time, I'm alive to the fact that this new Dawn administration has inherited a broken economy, and as a result, it's not really possible at this moment in time to have huge budgetary allocations to critical ministries such as the Ministry of SMEs. Madam Chairperson, allow me to speak to the element of cooperatives. Cooperatives are very critical as we talk about SMEs and how they can contribute to the development of this country. However, I think I would like to urge the minister that he has a big challenge in trying to use the cooperatives to turn around or to contribute to the development of this country. Because what we have seen in the past is a situation where our cooperatives have really just focused on FISIP. FISIP, meaning there were cooperatives that were created to just be able to be a conduit where agricultural inputs are collected, and thereafter these cooperatives just die a natural death, and then only to be resurrected at the next time again when the agricultural season starts. So the minister, really, or the ministry, has a huge responsibility to ensure that cooperatives are not seen as the cooperatives for FISIP only. And therefore, I expect that the ministry, much as it is new, it has the staff under the Ministry of Cooperatives that range up to the district level. So the minister should take, or the ministry should take advantage of that personnel that is there in the ministry to make sure that they take on this huge responsibility of trying to turn around this economy using the SMEs. Capacity building is going to be very critical, because what we did this time around is we have increased the number of cooperatives because of the money that we have under a CDF. But I think what we did, to a certain extent, I feel maybe was not correct. We should have first maybe started with the capacity building these cooperatives, before they had access to the resources. But unfortunately, it was the other way around. So like my colleagues have already mentioned, that is why we are seeing that what is happening now is we have people that are getting resources in terms of grants, but they quickly just go and share the money because I think they didn't understand really why these resources were being given to them. So I think the ministry has a huge responsibility to make sure that skills, training, incubation for these cooperatives is taken, is given the seriousness that it deserves. Indeed, this ministry is tricky in the sense that it sits in different ministries. So the aspect of coordination becomes very critical. If the aspect of coordination is not taken seriously, then the impact of this ministry may not be realized. So therefore, I'm happy to hear that we have got legal reforms that are being proposed. I hope those will be able to address the issues of coordination to make sure that this ministry becomes effective and deliver to the expectations of the people of Zambia. It is indeed a cross-cutting ministry, and therefore, I hope and expect that all the other ministries where these empowerment funds are available will be able to coordinate and work together so that this ministry delivers to the expectations of the people of Zambia. Financing has been a very critical aspect that has made our SMEs really perform poorly. But I hope with the empowerment funds that we have available, and I'm happy to note that actually the empowerment fund, even under this budget for next year, I think has been increased, which is a good thing. But I hope as we move forward, we'll be able to make sure that our SMEs and cooperators are able to receive enough funding, because our banks, I think, are not helping us so much in terms of SME accessing funding, because they have conditions that are not favoring SMEs. So I think to a large extent, our SMEs and cooperators would depend for their lifeline, I think, from the ministry. So I think we need to come up with innovative measures of how to ensure that the SMEs get proper support from this ministry. And when we do that, I think we are bound to see that this ministry is really going to contribute significantly to the development of this country. I think as I conclude, I would like to say that the programs that we have, very critical, cooperative development and management, very critical, but I think we need more support on the ground to these people. They need to have transport, otherwise it will be very difficult for them to operate on the ground. The other issue is, I think, on the ground, when we talk about the CDF that we have, my worry is the cooperative development officer sits under cooperatives, and the CDF is under local government. So what I tend to see is a situation where this person, very critical to the improvement of, to the achievement of the objectives, but he doesn't seem to have a say. So I think there's need also at the ground to make sure that those that are in the Ministry of Cooperatives are not just involved in terms of forming cooperatives, but when it comes to the implementation, they get the money from local government, and then they just sit back and say the money is coming from local government, and then it ends there. When we do that, then definitely you're not going to achieve. So it's important that those the people on the ground, they look at this in terms from a holistic point of view, so that every key player should come in. We are talking about grants. Community development play a critical role, but they are not catered for when it comes to training of those groups that we've formed. So I think we need to have a situation where on the ground, the departments speak the same language. Let them be focused and work as teams. Madam Chairperson, with these few remarks, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chanda.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity. And allow me to place on record that the people of Kanchivia support Head 35, the allocation to the Ministry of Small Medium Enterprise Development. Madam Chairperson, it is gratifying to see the increase from 414.5 million to 501.4 million, representing an increase of about 86.9 million kwacha. Madam Chairperson, this particular ministry is critical in the sense that
SMEs form the bedrock of industrialization. And the challenge before this particular ministry is to ensure that it does unlock the potential of SMSs, that it develops a compelling foreign direct investment attraction plan, that it does increase SME contribution to the country's GDP, that it plays a pivotal role in the creation of the millions of jobs that we seek in order to drive the economy of our nation. Madam Chairperson, allow me to make reference to some of the items under this allocation, the SME research and development, a paltry 10.3 million kwacha. Madam Chairperson, for the people of Kanchivia, I think there must come a time when, as a country, we must place high premiums on research and development across the board. Currently, the value placed on research and development, not just for this ministry, is something that is not worth writing home about. Any country that did thrive in terms of industrialization, development, etc., placed high premiums on research and development. Madam Chairperson, I'm gratified to hear that the ministry will bring amendments to the CEC Act. Critical to the amendments in this particular act is the definition of a citizen. And we hope that the ministry will be courageous enough to define a citizen in the context of a Zambian citizen. Madam Chairperson, it is also important that this ministry does provide a framework and an enabling environment for enterprise development. In this regard, we are talking about economic transformation, we are talking about job creation, and this agenda is anchored in our 8th National Development Plan. This agenda is anchored in our Vision 2030. Madam Chairperson, even as I congratulate the Minister for the Marketeers Empowerment Booster Program, I want to say to my dear brother that we do not just focus on traders, but let's go for producers, let's go for inventors, let's go for innovators. In this regard, Madam Chairperson, universities and graduating students, be it from the School of Engineering, and some of those brilliant projects can be translated into enterprises that have the potential to create jobs. The ministry would also do well to take particular interest in the junior engineers, technicians, and scientists, JETs. Brilliant ideas, a lot of innovation that is coming out from there. Please, Honorable Minister and your ministry, tap into that platform. Madam Chairperson, previous speakers have alluded to the high cost of credit.
Order.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
As the time is 19:10 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The committee will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has gone through the following heads, 26 and 78, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day of resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of any item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is, that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Right, Kanchibia Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chanda has closed with regards to contribution of business to the motion subject of our discussion. And this is in the Committee of Supply, and under consideration was head 35 Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise Development, and so he continued.